And let's take a look if we're hitting the live stream studio, and we're going to see if we can also get our dear friend. Says an excellent connection, but I don't see image cropping yet. There we are. Let's see if we can grab our dear friend Aristides. Now theoretically the Microsoft Teams should be up. I don't understand why it's not up. And some reason, I swear to God, I started it earlier, and it looks like I'm just starting it now. They're setting things up for me now. That is so fucking bizarre. I have no idea how that happened. Okay, and let's see if we can call on Infinite Call. Here we are, and bring everybody on who responds. Okay, meet now, and audio call. Okay. And we hear that ring. Okay. Let's take a look at what we've got going. Who responds? There's our man Aristides, the Rock of Gibraltar, the pillar on which we all stand. And so we're going to make this screen a little larger. And that was T-Tank Bear says, good evening, loud and clear, dear brother. Well, let's wait till we hear Aristides. Let's see if he's loud and clear. Oh, shit. Good, thank God. I just remembered there was an update recently. So, but it seems like it's working. Can you say something again just to make sure?
Something again just to make sure.
Excellent, excellent. Seems to be registering. Un-fucking-believable. We actually had a Microsoft update, and it didn't like delete the recognition of the Yeti microphone, so that's cool. All right, we have T-Tank Berry says Aristides Crystal Diamond. Thank you. We love you, T-Tank Berry. Mwah. Love you dearly. Hugs, brother, and love you too, Aristides. Hugs. Mwah. And to both of you wonderful gentlemen, I will see if someone else has joined us on the call. I don't know if you notice anyone else. No, it's just me and you. So maybe what I'll do is when you recite the blurb, I'll run and grab a Tylenol just to make certain that I don't feel too feverish through the night, simply because I was exposed to a bunch of crap yesterday.
Okay, we've got a couple minutes though before you do that, right?
I'll do it only when you're ready. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not in any emergent.
All right, a couple minutes. Keep talking. How are things?
Oh, thank you for asking. Yesterday was a appointment with the chiropractor. I stopped in the Chinatown branch of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank Services to withdraw what money was in the bank. And again, just very bizarre things happened after that that made it a very surrealistic and uncomfortable day. After that, I had a long private conversation. When I came home, it had been such a disturbing series of events that when I came home, I just basically had to go back to sleep, which is the best thing for a vampire to do in the sunlight. And it wasn't until the sun reached horizon line that I woke up and felt comfortable enough to give Sammy Romero a call, which I had promised to do, and had a long private conversation with him. And then after that, things seemed to stabilize, to a degree, of course. But my short trip out, I always am convinced I might be exposed to something from all of these people in these various environments. And Chinatown was unnaturally filthy that day, just unusually filthy. The weirdest part was that Wretched Alley, which I believe is named after Kerouac at this point. They named it Kerouac Alley, I think, right between, of course, as I've said, City Lights Bookstore and Vesuvio Bar, or whatever that is. That's a very famous bohemian bar in San Francisco. The City Lights Bookstore, of course, is very neurotically elitist and caters to people who believe that so long as the book is inaccessible, it must be good. It shows them to be the intellectual superior of everyone else. And but that alley, despite what I've said about it being so bohemian and attracting, being named after Kerouac and being a tourist site to the point where the Chinese consul, the consul of Chinatown, the Merchants Association, has affixed a large drum, which anyone can beat. They leave a pair of drumsticks chained to the drum, so anyone can beat the drum. All the tourists will take photos of themselves beating the drum. They usually, I certainly take this down at night and then put it back up in the daytime. They must have some schedule by which they do that. I can't imagine them leaving these things out at night. But they're there every day. And so sometime during the day, someone puts these things out in the alley where they're accessible for tourists and their photographs. And but nevertheless, no matter what they do and how much the city has plaqued that alley, and it is one of the filthiest alleys in San Francisco. There are still drunks that go in there and vomit, and yet other times you'll see people playing these miniature like little games in there, like stickball or something. It's one of these bizarre things, but I've never felt the need to really just stop going through that alley. It was a check, just kind of like a shortcut. And of course, there was always the reason to avoid it on Saturdays and Sundays because the idiot was there, that Jap trash piece of shit whose parents died in an American concentration camp, and was very radicalized, as he should have been by that experience, and yet in his old age, after having married a white woman and squeezing out some hybrid kid who, if anything, I should relate to, being a hybrid child of an interracial marriage myself. But he took that as some kind of opportunity to disassociate himself with his ethnicity in some strange manner, and no longer identifies as Japanese, his words, which is just absolutely batshit fucking crazy, considering the fact that it doesn't matter what you identify as. You could identify yourself as Martian. Nobody fucking cares. They're going to judge you by the ethnicity that they've categorized you as by birth. And he's Japanese American and was in turn born in a concentration camp for that reason. And then somehow grows up thinking he can, well, I just won't say I'm Japanese and they won't stick me in a camp. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It is so offensive to me. Honestly, it's an individual like that they just don't deserve to live. But such having been said, obviously, just for the sake of preserving my sanity, so I don't lose my temper and go all out on this individual and walking past him in the alley, I am no longer going through there on weekends, which is fine. But when I went through this time, I was accosted by an elderly Chinese woman, and this is very, very rare. Chinese never do this. It's extraordinarily rare Chinese do this. Whenever you see Chinese beggars, they're like usually men, and they're usually just hardcore losers who obviously are extremely schizophrenic or deranged in some manner biochemically. It's not even that they're usually drug addicts. It's usually that they're simply born insane, somebody who's truly non-functional, and they were never integrated into Chinese society because Chinese society really has no way of dealing with people like that. And they're rare, but those would be the only kind you normally spot begging. You never, almost, I've certainly never consciously remembered a single one in my life seen a Chinese woman begging. But when I was walking through the alley, which I was slowed down by a gate that had been put at the end of the alley, a temporary gate like they put up at parades. Basically a little bar gate that or barrier, little bar barrier that every once in a while they'll have that for some reason. The bar sticks it up or something weird. But they had that up to that yesterday, which was weird. And that served as a barrier to slow me down. And while I was slowing down, this Chinese woman calls out to me. And I thought she was saying Douglas. And she's elderly, and I'm like, what? And then when she came close to me, I could understand what she's saying. $1, $2. And I had just come out of the bank, and it was just one of those rare moments where it's like, honest to God, it was such a unusual thing to happen that I opened up my wallet and I gave her $2 after she saw the money in my wallet because I had just gotten out of the bank, and then said, "Oh, $1 more?" And at that point she's going for more, and it's just so, I just feel violated at that point. I said no. So I'd given her $2, and then went on from there. Of course, when I then try to call the cab, which then, you know, the asshole parks like some of these assholes do at the other side of the street, which is not, this is not casual. This is not, in San Francisco, when a cab parks on the other side of the street in a place like Columbus Avenue, this is not across the street. This is across a raging river of traffic. So it's like, this is not like, you're talking about, imagine New York City traffic where you've got like cars going in both directions because it's 2 lanes. It's actually multiple lanes. It's 2 wide lanes where you've got cars, 3 cars deep on each lane. So in other words, you've got 6 rows of cars, 3 go in one direction, 3 go in the other to reach that cab. It's like he's trying to fucking kill you. And then when I was so exhausted and I get in the cab at that point, just by the unusual nature of what had happened, it was, of course, daylight because I have to go there in the day because of the banks and the hour of the appointment with the chiropractor. And so the sun is impacting me. But again, he can't seem to understand what I'm saying. I know I'm not stuttering. When I give him the directions, it's like he has to ask multiple times. Simply because he's an idiot. And then he finally gets it and takes me to the corner store, which I have to go to first. And by the time I got to the corner store to pick up my Coca-Cola and beer before I went home, stocked up on that because I had just come back from the bank, and because I had bottles of water already, at least I didn't need to carry that. And who the hell wants to do that after seeing a chiropractor? Then but when I get to the store, the Korean woman behind the counter says, "Oh, you look tired," which is something really unusual for her to say. She would never normally say something like that, so I guess I really did look like awful from... there was something about that Chinese woman asking for money from me that was very disconcerting. It was just, like I said, it's something that... anyhow, I'm never going in that alley again. I'm just going to avoid that alley entirely. It just had all the feelings of almost this bordering on the supernatural. It just was extraordinarily unusual. Now, we were just sent... Oh, Amy's with us. Oh, thank God. I can run and get that Tylenol. Yes, so Amy, love you dearly. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I can't talk about certain things on air, but, you know. So Angel, thank you so much. You're an angelic human being. And so here we are in the text box. Yes, Columbus Avenue. That's it. That's a photograph of Columbus. Look at how wide Columbus Avenue is. People should Google that. Yeah, all you need to do is Google Columbus Avenue and you see the Trans-American Pyramid shit. And imagine that during heavy traffic. And you've got, 3 cars on either side going in directions, and the cab parks on the other side of the fucking street. Believe that shit? I mean, it's like, why do you even show up? It's like, this is like, the crap that I deal with. Normally this stuff wouldn't even bother me. I deal with this stuff all the time, but it was, that was really disconcerting. The Chinese woman beggar. And don't think I didn't think about that idiot Peter Moon, who was given 20s to, which is the equivalent of $200. That's the equivalent in Romania of 200 United States dollars. He was given to every beggar. Because he was convinced they were all the Solomonari, just testing him to make certain that he, delivered and, proved himself worthy of their guidance and shit. There was an element of that. Yeah, go on.
Aren't we not talking about Peter anymore? I'm not talking.
Hey, what's that? We're not talking about Peter anymore, honey?
No. He's part of the past.
Well, it's, that's kind of like saying, that's like telling some Jewish person who survived a death camp, hey, stop talking about the Holocaust. That's part of the past. I mean, it's not that easy, Amy.
Not like that at all.
No. Yeah, no, it's worse. No, it's worse. I mean, really? Really?
I'm wondering, like, what kind of rental space is in those buildings? Like, can you move in there and can you drink the water?
You mean the ones on Columbus Avenue or in Chinatown?
That's Chinatown?
Technically that's Chinatown. Technically that's Chinatown. Yeah, that's Columbus Avenue is the border.
Aren't you a little bit Chinese?
What's that?
Not much, but aren't you a little Chinese though? Wouldn't you just fit in there?
I'm a quarter Chinese. I would fit in fine in Chinatown. It's like, why would I? If I go to Chinatown, I might as well stay here.
But maybe you could drink the water or take a shower.
I'm not quite sure about that. It's like I said, it's one thing going to my favorite restaurant where, it was horrible. That was another thing. It was a horrible experience at my favorite restaurant because unlike usually, it was really crowded. They were really hopping that day. And so when I went there after the chiropractor, and ordered, it's Sichuan food or various, very hot food, which is normally kind of a comfort food for me, but it does have its effects. I always tell them, could I have multiple napkins because it does make my nose run more than usual. And I wanted the soup because I did want something liquid. I didn't really want I wanted a soup meal, and but that tends to be very spicy, and it's it has its effects. And I'm trying not to cough or sneeze or snot up in front of all these people that are sitting next to me on either side of these tables. And let's just say I'm not fit to eat in public, really, when it comes to something like that. I of course can just hide it as much as possible, but every once in a while you start this kind of cough. It causes this kind of cough in you that when the phlegm builds up, and it was just horrible. It was like trying to suppress myself, whereas.
My grandfather, that was his test. If your nose starts to run, then it's a good meal.
Oh, that's disgusting. That is disgusting.
Well, no, it was like it's enough spice to get the phlegm moving.
Yeah, but which, by the way, I know people love that and they think that they're purging their body of a bunch of phlegmatic residue or toxins or something. The reality is it's simply producing it. At least I recognize that. But yeah, so honey, how are you? I mean, how much time do we have with you? Because I know you're in this horrible situation where your phone dies at sudden times and stuff like that.
I know.
By the way, you sound good. Technically, you sound really clear. Yeah.
So probably like a half hour or so, probably just long enough for somebody else to get done with what they're doing and hop on.
Yeah.
But I know that Brendan's AWOL. He's out for a while, so I thought I would just come and keep you company and have a very nice opening of your show, because you've been working so hard.
Yes.
You were like.
How did you know? How did you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because I listen to you, because I'm listening to you go on. I mean, you went into this whole thing about the night of the broken circle, which is so taxing for you.
Yes.
And I just couldn't believe you were doing it again.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I've been listening to you do this stuff.
Yeah.
And I just know that the summer times tend to be everybody wants to relax, but it tends to be kind of a get up and go and do stuff sort of season, because nice out and there's nothing holding you back. So, just like everybody else, I'm just working it while I can. I'm getting stuff done. It's incredible, how much has changed already, without.
What are you willing to share about what you're getting done?
I'm having to handle a lot of stuff because, we're already feeling the effects of, the chaos in our leadership. So
yeah.
There's just so much that needs to happen for us. And it is we're getting our foothold, and we're climbing out of this hole, and things are happening, but it's also at the same time really impressive how challenging all of the stuff that we were counting on is is no longer happening. So just trying to stay present every day not get too tied up in all the drama, because it is like really emotional. It's really hard to handle when like you're told like you have to take this particular drug, and then you're not allowed it, then your insurance is canceled, and so you can't possibly pay for this drug, you know. So that's kind of been our situation.
Well,
and
we've agreed that you're not reticent about talking about your need to fill out paperwork. Is that going along as smoothly as possible?
Oh, I did it. I just went ahead and did it all online. Like, I didn't realize that there is an online process. And then when I freaked out because I couldn't find the stupid paperwork. Like, I just have this pile of paperwork regarding the 10 years of trying to apply for disability. And I was just like on the phone with somebody, and I was literally losing it. Like, just like this lawyer, it wasn't even a lawyer, it was like the office woman in the lawyer's office was just trying to get like some basic stuff from me, and I was losing it. I could not go through this pile of papers, and what I needed wasn't even in the pile of papers, which was what was so frustrating, because there's lots of other piles of papers that I could go explore. And I had just had her on the phone, and I was trying really hard to just be concise and short and just give her the answers she needed. And at one point I was just like, you know what, I just can't do this. I just was like, I'm really sorry. I'm looking at this pile of papers, and I'm unable to do this right now. I'm going to have to get back to you.
Right.
And
so,
she just walked me through it. She just walked me through the whole thing.
God.
And then after I hung up the phone with her, I just got online and realized, oh, I could just do it online and just click, tick, tick, and it's done. And I just was like, this is done. I'm glad.
Oh, God, that's such a feeling. That's what a thing.
I don't know if I did it right. I don't know if my responses were what they were looking for, but for God's sakes, like, it's been 10 years of, you know, having just everybody tell me, oh, I can't find your application. Oh, I don't actually help you because I only help people who already have Social Security and are losing it for one reason or another.
By the way, in my opinion, you'd have to be working at it to do that. I mean, my case was...
No, but that's what's happening for Toke. Yeah. So I could have just like switched gears right then and there and like been like, well, that is what's happening in a way, and kind of. So, but I didn't. I just stayed on topic, and I mean, I did what I could. Like, it wasn't fun, and I'm sure that it isn't, you know, really. It's probably not really indicating like the exact process that I've gone through for 10 years of, you know, applying for this and that, being told you're going to get some kind of help, you're going to get this, you're going to get that, and call this person and call that person, and here's a list of all the lawyers that do this, and you've already called them all, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I'm on the phone with people who are just telling me to call the people I'm already calling. I've already done all the voicemails to every of the 4 different lawyers in Vermont who handle this.
Jesus. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that, but let me run and grab a Tylenol. It'll only take a minute. Aristides going to do the blurb. Is he ready yet? You ready now, Aristides? How are you doing? Let's see if Aristides is with us. There he is, I think.
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So,
yep, I can do that now.
Okay, great. So, Aristides will do the blurb. When I come back, we'll get back to a 3-way with Amy, and we love you so much, Amy, for showing up. Thank you so much for being here for me, and stay here, of course. I'll be right back. I'm just running for a Tylenol to make certain that, you know, I don't develop something feverish after the shit that happened yesterday. Okay, I'll be right back. Going mute now, and okay, take it away, dear Aristides. Thank you.
All right, and Amy will be there.
I'm here.
All right,
here.
Hi, Amy. Thanks for coming.
How's it going?
It's going all right, but I should get to the blurb. We shouldn't wait too long, because people should not wait too long to hit that thumbs up vote right under the program window to help the algorithms stay positive. There are those that hit the thumbs down or use bots to do so in numbers to drive Douglas down the algorithm and make it harder for him to find, or others to find him, or accidentally discover him, search him out. or be suggested in the algorithm. So please do that. And then slide over, make sure you're subscribed. There's a button for that. Even if you have done so before, please just check that every time or occasionally. And also turn on the notification bell right there. That is helpful. It pops up a little pop-up in your device. And, just in case you get busy and, you otherwise might forget, or something gets started off time, stream gets cut or whatever. And so please do that. Also, start thumbs up once the program is over. Comments will be enabled under the window. They are not during the program, but afterwards, comments under the window, not the live chat, which may be replayed depending on your view. Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his key information. Please upvote that for similar reasons and any other positive comments so they don't get disappeared by YouTube. To do all this, you do need an account. Please make one. If you don't have one, it can't be that hard these days. And then once you do, you can actually create channels underneath your main account. Both your main account and the sub channels can actually do separate upvoting, which is a cool thing. So you make little dummy channels even if you do nothing else with them. Do you have a couple more upvotes? I've done that already. I've already given a couple. So make sure to switch back to your regular channel, or you can start putting content on those channels. It might take a while, but one day you might want to do that. So the PayPal link is in the chat. Please contribute if you can. To find him on Pay, if you can't find the link, you're only listening audio, you can go to PayPal, search Douglas D. Dietrich, which is spelled Diet Rich, all one word, or if you search his first and last name, probably also will come up. You'll find him. You see his little picture. He's very unique. You won't miss him. And I believe you do not need a PayPal account, unlike with the YouTube account thing, to pay. I think there's a way to click through and just pay with a credit card. So that should be doable. Please support him. And as the month gets on, it usually gets more urgent. But he needs some help. So also, you can share the link out of the browser bar. The youtube.com link that will stay same after the program. So even if you kind of grab it now, it'll be the same later on. And later on, when it's not live, there's a way to just click on the window and grab a timestamp link for where you're listening right now, so you can send a certain point along. That's helpful. What else do I usually cover? That is about it. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm sure something else.
Everybody who
continue.
Oh, good.
Everybody who what? Honey?
Who has been showing up and helping. It's super important this month.
Thank you.
Because you are not going to see V.
Yes.
And I think that even your own stability is threatened when you have to make those choices between honoring your commitment and taking care of yourself. And V is such a big help to you. So if anybody out there can send him some money so that he can go and get these treatments, they benefit him in so many ways. And I know that part of his feeling drained is also looking at another month without doing this. And I myself have the same issue where if I'm in a situation where I'm getting regular care and then for whatever reason I'm no longer getting that care, that in itself becomes a hurdle. So I just want to suggest to anybody who wants to do a little something extra, that would be a nice thing that you could do for him. And just let him go get some self-care this month. That would be super helpful.
Oh, you're such an angel.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, that's beautiful, Aristides. That little addendum there. But Amy, you're such an angel. And sure, back to both of you. Continue.
All right.
Were you far along in the blurb by the time I got back, or
I was in the blurb, yeah.
Oh, you did it.
I was effectively done. I don't know if I forgot anything, but yeah, I got the important stuff.
Excellent. Okay. Well, my love to both of you, and especially my darling Amy, of course. So tell us a bit, Amy. Now, since you brought this up, apparently this is not a verboten topic. You said that Tokyo Bloker is being threatened by having his Social Security end somehow. How again did this come about? What exactly was going on with this?
We don't know how it came about, but there was a decrease in his payments, and then on top of the decrease in his payments, he's no longer covered for his meds, which switched onto this super expensive med, which we've tried to consider paying for out of pocket, and it's like $50 a pill. So we're not doing that. But I mean, hopefully they figure this stuff out, you know? Like he has been doing these meds for 2 years now, and I don't know what to tell him when it's not covered. Like, I'm not making any money. I would like to believe that one of these situations that I've been exploring is going to pan out, but I'm so skeptical of that just because it's been so long of me, you know, putting effort towards things that end up falling apart. So, and even so, I don't know if like he would even be willing to pay for these meds if he had the money. Like,
yeah,
you know, like, I don't know if he's really like thinking that they're that good that he wouldn't just get rid of them.
Aren't these the ones that just kind of knock him out?
Yeah, I mean, essentially he switched off of those.
Okay.
But the one that he got it has sort of the same delivery mechanism as the other one, but it's supposed to be a little less sedating.
Okay.
But either way, I mean, he's only been on them like a month, so it's really hard to even tell if they're better or worse. And now it looks like he's not going to be able to we're not going to be able to pay for him. And
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I don't know, even if I had a job where I could pay for them, I don't even know if he would do that.
And all I can say is that since he lives with you now and in a sense has a handler, is the danger of his not being on meds all that much? I mean, really, when you weren't there before, I could see. I'm sorry?
You're so cute. Never in my life considered that I would be his handler.
Well, I don't mean that in a sinister sense, but you're his adult supervision. Obviously, you're the adult in the in the fucking room. So it's yeah. I mean, so does he really need the meds? Without you there, he needed the meds because his behavior would then, be somewhat extreme. But since you're there.
Dog, I have no idea. To me, it seems like it's a very personal thing, and I do know that other people with the same condition as him rely heavily on medication. So
how do they afford
it? Well, they also have insurance and work.
Oh.
So
why do I find that so funny?
It's like one of these things, like if the meds were really working, he'd be more functional in society. But, you know, we live in a place that's just full of people like the Tenderloin that really, it's not fun living here.
Yeah,
like,
it's the Tenderloin in the countryside. You live in the Tenderloin in the...
It's pretty dire. It is pretty dire in this area, and that is hampering him. And he, we talked about like maybe selling the property, and that really just destroyed me, thinking, oh, you built me this shed, and now I've been doing all this renovation and we're just going to sell it. Okay.
Yeah, but the she shed it's not like you can live in it. The thing's it's a toaster oven.
It It's a toaster oven, especially this time of year. It's way too insulated for sure.
Yeah, it's
Definitely could work out some more vents in this shack. That would be great.
Yeah.
But I get that, like, living in this town is not acceptable. Like, it's really horrifying. Just to walk into town would be too much. Like, his mom just doesn't understand how we don't have work, and I'm like, why don't you come up here and like take a look at what goes on the street here. Like, just going to the grocery store, like, they had to move all the maple syrup. You know what a fan of the tree sap I am. They had to move syrup.
Tell people about the sandwiches. Tell people about the prices of the sandwiches.
So ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, I got to stick to the tree sap. The maple syrup in the grocery store had to be put on lock and key because people were stealing it and then peddling it in the parking lot.
Oh my
like, they
God.
didn't even go outside of the parking lot to try to sell the shit they just stole.
Oh my
That's
God.
what's on town. That's, I mean, nobody was even shocked when they're like, well, we're going to have to lock up the maple syrup now. Everybody's like, yep, all your fault. You know, 'cause there's no anonymity here. There's like, everybody knows everybody. So that was rough. And then, yeah, our sandwiches cost twice as much as your sandwiches in San Francisco. And
outrageous.
it's like two places that you can actually go get sandwiches in town. Other than that, you're just screwed. You're like, you can get sandwiches at two different convenience stores, and you're like driving to go somewhere because there's nothing else. You're just at a grocery store, which is very limited. The grocery store does not have any organic anything, and you're just really limited. I mean, they're doing some interesting things, like they're making hot meals now, but he's eating the hot meals. They just end up as a reduced meal in the cooler every day.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's pathetic. It's really bad. And, you know, it's not that people aren't eating. It's that, well, yes, it is that people aren't eating. They're just doing drugs.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That's pretty much it.
It's just the haven for drug use here. And nobody's even tried to have businesses. There's nothing to do in this town. And it's really shocking. It's really, like, it's always been this way my whole life. Everybody where I grew up was like, well, at least we're not Richford. And now I'm living in Richford going, I can't believe here. But, you know, I am from here, and it does feel to me like the easiest thing, if you don't know what to do, the easiest thing is to serve the people that you know. I mean, I've lived everywhere else. I've gone all over the country. I've lived in all kinds of different communities, and I've always had a long history of service. I've worked in public universities. I've worked in public schools. And I'm home now thinking I'm trying to be of service to the community where I know everybody, where, like, I got sick and I had to call the ambulance. It turned out the guy running the ambulance was the kid who grew up across the street from me.
It's incredible.
Like, this is what it's like here, and I am trying to be of service in this country, and finding it more and more dire that like, you can't even be of service because none of your needs are met.
That's right. And the community seems pretty. And the community seems pretty inimical. Again, with those 4 attorneys in all the state of Vermont who work with Social Security, you said that all of them, for some reason, are not compatible with your needs, or what's going on with that?
Actually, when I first got here 10 years ago, I already spoke to the person who's closest, and she was pretty much attacking me during this interview, and so I have no interest in paying her anything.
Right.
So there goes the 25% of my list. And then the other ones have not returned my phone call, and they've actually allowed, because most of these disability cases are federal, so anybody can do it. So they've expanded into New York, and there's a couple of lawyers in New York who I've done intakes for. So hopefully that works, because the law school in Vermont only helps people that live in Royalton, and so it doesn't seem to matter if you don't have a home. Like, they're still like, no, you don't live in Royalton. Well, yeah, I don't live anywhere.
Right.
But that, that is the issue, right? Is that
yes, of course.
You can't make sense of how to move forward when all of the things that you've been told year after year haven't changed, and yet everything else has changed.
Yeah.
So,
and
yeah, I'm just doing it. I'm just here. I'm looking at the dog who's asleep, and I'm pretty safe. I feel really safe.
Good.
And that is important.
Good.
I mean,
I
I do feel incredibly isolated, which is not okay. Like, that's,
Yes. Yeah. That's.
On the agenda is get out of isolation. That's pretty important, and it means that we need housing, which we have options. We've been talking to people who, by the by, own multiple homes, have second homes in Vermont, and no longer feel like taking care of their home in Vermont, or living out in the middle of nowhere.
Right. Right.
So there's multiple people who have contacted us saying, we got to change. We can't spend all our time up there and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, okay, well, you got to do what you got to do. Hopefully they can figure it out, because I don't know if we're willing to, like, take on somebody else's problems like that. Like, move into their house because they can't be there, and, like, do some kind of rent to own with somebody. I don't even know if we want to do that. Like, I don't know.
Well, you've got to try something.
The problem is there's multiple people having these issues, and they're all like, they know that we could possibly negotiate something for them. But we'd have to choose, like, where do we want to be? Like,
well, at least you've got a choice. It's better to have a choice than not to have one. Also, when it comes
for different places at this point where we can possibly live, because
that's great.
They need.
That sounds like one of the most positive developments so far. Also, with these attorneys, make certain that this may not work out. We have to get your car fixed first, but once you get your car fixed, then you've got to start traveling around to their offices and, visit them physically and just say, I know I don't have an appointment, but I would like to make one, and I was not getting a response from your calls. It really comes down to that. Sometimes you just really have to physically.
Yeah.
I
don't know how that's going to look. I don't foresee us getting into a vehicle anytime soon.
Tell us about the vehicle situation, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
None of them can be inspected. Like, we have multiple vehicles. None of them can be made legal. So at this point, we're just not going anywhere until we hear from his probation officer that he's free. No longer going to get in trouble if he's driving around in a vehicle that can't be made legal. That's where it's landed, is that we don't feel comfortable going anywhere while that is still an issue. And it's so ridiculous. We just spent like $4,000 on this car, and they still won't inspect it to get a sticker, and for good reason. But
didn't you say it's irreparable anyway? Isn't it irreparable anyway? So you need to get a loan for a new car, right?
How do you get a loan when they just cut your Social Security and that's the only income you have?
Oh, well,
like this.
Somehow,
this is the issue.
You're a superhero. Somehow you managed to get a loan for him to get that white elephant.
I know. And I did finally make a call to the mechanic who is going to fix it.
Oh.
I have not gone and done the waterworks at the dude's so that he hooks it up and lets me drive off with it. But that's what Douglas suggested to everybody who's listening and doesn't know what I'm talking about. Is Douglas suggested I just go and cry to this guy who has failed to fix our piece of equipment that we're spending money on every month. $500 every month goes to this piece of equipment that's broken and sitting at a mechanic who refuses to return our calls. So I was told by Douglas, just go and demand that he hook it to your truck and cry. And if he calls the police, just beg the police to help you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Which sounds easy. Sounds like I could probably do that.
Yes, you could.
Gotten up the gumption to do it yet. I'm kind of just hoping that like I can get one of my dude friends to like go there and help me just grab it. So I don't even, because this guy is what a douche. Like you can't.
Well, that seems to be the case with everybody in your community. But go on. Yes. See, he seems.
I mean, I just don't understand. Like, how hard is it for you to just answer a text or, you know, have a conversation with somebody who's trying to pay you money? Like what an idiot. Like, I just can't even believe, like, it's been like almost 7-8 months now.
Mm-hmm.
And I text him, I call him, nothing. He doesn't respond. Maybe he's dead. Maybe I'm really just complaining about a dead guy. I don't know.
Well, like I said, the first thing you need is a car. Obviously, you can't live without a car. So,
well, this thing is right now we have a scooter. That's what we have, which is really good on gas. So can't complain about that.
mm-hmm.
It's totally good on gas. We have the scooter. That's the legal vehicle that we have. So one of us can drive the scooter, and the driveway's fixed, so we can drive the scooter on the driveway, which was a problem last year. We couldn't get the scooter through the mud last year.
Mm.
But, yeah.
No, that was
things
awful.
are sorting out. They really are. I'm not. It's just the heat in the summer. You know, it's easy to get like just on it. You know, like just start complaining and just get all amped up and just cry. And I mean, maybe you just need to cry, but it's so on the precipice that it's going to be resolved. Like, I can't imagine that there'll be no change at all and things will remain the same. There's no likelihood that that's the case. Like, we're getting things sorted out. I'm convinced that this overarching thing with, you know, every bit of poverty support being cut, that other people are going to handle that. Like, all I need to do is just focus on the housing, focus on the income. That's it. That's all. Nothing else. Like, just focus on the housing. Focus.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I feel like it's going to get resolved. Like I said, we've got like 4 different people coming to us.
It's really wonderful. That's incredible. I'm really impressed. Oh.
I'm just annoyed. I'm like, what the hell took you people so long? You had to wait for Trump to ruin everything in order to I really wonder, you know, it seems to me that, like, the fact that all of this has been going on in my life for so many years, and there's been so many witnesses to it who have just failed miserably in adding support or, you know, even just like showing kindness, like even just showing some element of compassion in their interchange with me, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like this girl today calling me to tell me that there's like legal aid doesn't do this. They only do certain kinds of social security things, which it doesn't seem to matter. It's they only do what I don't need is always. But she was like, well, this is the world we live in. And I could just hear the millennialness in all of that. That she was just exasperated, and she could not have been but 25. That's even asking a lot. I'm pretty sure they got some 17-year-old to do callback.
Well, you're not that much older than her. I'm not.
I'm a couple decades older than her, honestly.
You age quite well. No one would guess. No one would guess that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I have such a Pollyanna attitude.
Yes.
The fact is,
well, you physically have aged well as well. You're blessed.
I don't even know how. You know what I've been through. I've had multiple car wrecks where my face has been smashed and my leg has been cut off.
I mean, what? Well, I didn't know about the car wrecks. How bad was it with your leg? What? Oh my God! And as for, was there actual facial reconstruction? I mean, I would never have guessed that. It's
yeah. I had 150 stitches in my face, and my foot had fallen off, and they put it back together with these giant screws, and then a plate with 10 little screws, and they had to go in and remove all that. It took years.
Oh my God! Oh my God! How are you not on some kind of disability with that? Well, we're taking care of that now.
Listeners were saying, like, oh, she doesn't have an she should be thinking what she is at the time. Right, I know. I've got all that from your lovely public audience, Douglas. I'm still gonna say, send Doug some money, because it's not that much, and he can go and get his face rubbed by this woman who does a really good job and helps him incredibly. Like, you can tell the difference when he's been able to take care of himself in that way from when he doesn't.
That's so cute.
So yeah, no, I've had so many terrible things happen to me, and it really becomes this thing where, you know, you start to realize, like, this is your thing. Like, you have this terrible thing happen, and then you heal from it, and then you have something else happen, and then you heal from it, and then you start to learn more and more about.
I don't know if we ever really heal. I mean, the way I would describe it is that I myself never had a childhood. I had a traumahood. And I think that you seem to have had a fairly similar experience. Matter of fact, I never really hear you speak about your childhood very much. Is there is there anything you recollect from your childhood, or is this kind of a blank? I never heard you say, for instance, like, I had a favorite doll, or like, oh, my favorite thing was Barbie or something like that. I mean, did you have toys as a kid? I'm just curious. What was your...
So, I mean, I had a little brother, and a lot of
yeah. What happened to him? You never talk about him. What happened to him?
He works for GE. He's a animal lab manager. He tortures animals for a paycheck.
Wow, what a son of a bitch! Why doesn't he help you?
What? What did you say?
What? Yeah, I realize it's an alien concept. I said, why doesn't he help you?
Oh, no, he doesn't. He has no empathy at all. I
guess you wouldn't if you tortured animals. But what the fuck? I mean, so did this start when he was young? I mean, you have memories of this, like he started by killing cats in back alleys and shit, or what the fuck?
I don't think that's what happened to him. I just remember my childhood in direct relation to him. Like, it was me and my little brother, and I wasn't very good to him. Like, there are things that I did in childhood that were just, if somebody had been paying attention to us, I would have been, reprimanded full force for it. Like, just like I had no idea. Like, he was 2 years younger than me, so I didn't really have I had no filter as far as all that.
Hey, I've got no judgment. I've got no judgment. I'm just curious. are you, I know you're not implying this, but I'm just curious, I would find it hellishly funny. It's, as a matter of fact, I'm bad that way. Did you do something to him that resulted in his getting back at animals?
I have no idea. I mean, it's my fault. Please forgive me. I didn't understand. I didn't know what I was doing. I was annoyed that my mom would leave me with my brother all the time. I'm like 2 years older than him. How am I supposed to take care of him?
That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty fucking bad.
I couldn't possibly have, like, I know that a lot of things happened to him as well, and I'm not thinking that, you know, I'm here to like out him or whatever, but as far as my childhood, I remember being very much put in charge of my little brother every day. And I mean, the one thing that, like, even as adults, I would just tell him, like, if I would get annoyed, like, I'm gonna lock you in the chicken coop again.
All
like
right.
Because, like, that was the thing, is like my parents, my mom was raised on a farm, and my parents always would raise the meat that we would slaughter and eat.
Okay, so he did grow up with live slaughter. He grew up with live slaughter.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. I mean, totally. Like, I would run away from home every year when they did the chickens, and he would chase me down the street with the intestines, whipping them around.
Oh, that's that's hideously funny.
This is sort of rural life. That is one of the things.
Yeah, kids are disgusting. Kids are disgusting, especially boys. But yes, that's awful.
We'd have these water wars. Like, we would, like, it would be hot, and we would just like get buckets of water and start throwing it at each other. I mean, it's just we were feral children. That's all I could say about it. Just,
honey, you were fine. There's nothing wrong with that. At least that prevented you from growing up with asthma. Getting exposed to a lot of rural dirt and animal shit guarantees that you don't develop asthma, because your body builds up an immunity to all that filth, and it's so important. So yeah,
you had asthma.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely had it.
He had it?
Absolutely.
How the fuck did he?
Yeah.
Who? Him? Your brother?
No, I had asthma. I had an inhaler for years because I was allergic to mold, and their house is full of mold.
Holy shit.
Their house is so old, and it had like a basement with like a drain in the basement. There was like a water that would like flush through the basement, and so the basement was all mold. There was mold all over the house. And as soon as I moved away from
one your parents raised you in?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's an old house. Yeah. There's all kinds of old houses like that in Vermont. Like, all these old farmhouses are all full of mold. And I mean, it's everywhere. It's just, this is a very mold-ridden area. And it's climate. It's like the way we are here. It's like humid and hot in the summer, and then in the winter you close it up and it's hot inside and cold outside, and so the features all end up moldy, like the window framing.
Jesus.
All the insulate. I mean,
what a nightmare.
Just, and I'm severely allergic to mold, so I did have an inhaler, and so all that chicken shit and dust and whatever didn't help me.
Gee, sorry to hear that. Yeah.
I was really asthmatic as a kid, but when I moved away, I moved to New Orleans. You wouldn't think that it would get better, but it did. I didn't have the asthma the way I did in Vermont, and it's been that way everywhere else I've lived too. Like, living in Albuquerque, I didn't have the same.
New Orleans is where you got eaten alive by fire ants or something, right?
New Orleans, yeah. Just that one time. Just because just that one time.
Oh my God! So you lost a job over that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, but I was 18, 19 years old. I really didn't
care. It's what exactly happened again? It was so awful. Oh my God! It's straight out of a horror story.
was like, I was tutoring these kids in high school who were just trying to get their GED. You know, they're like 21, 22 years old. They're older than me. And they're just trying to pass the 10th grade equivalency exam.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Well, it was enlightening. It was, I mean, there was nothing, I mean, good on these people, these kids, these young adults who wanted to just get out of there, you know? They just wanted like this piece of paper, and they were willing to meet with me to figure out how to do that. And I had to ride my bike, and I one day was showing up, and I was late, so I was chaining up my bike to a tree, and I looked down, and there's all these red ants all crawling up my legs.
Oh.
I mean, just all over me. And so I couldn't go inside. I was covered in ant bites. I had to go home. I had to go take care of it. I couldn't possibly just go in and work. And so I left. But then, like, I tried to, like, get my hours. Like, I put in for the time. So, yeah, they checked my hours, and I had not been there. So, but I also didn't, like, explain myself either. Like, I didn't have that communication skill at that point. I was just like, why me? You know, and I didn't just say, like, hey, I just can't be here today. I just took off, and I didn't tell anybody, and they didn't ask me to come.
Yeah. Next time I would tell people the horror story. I would let them know what happened, and yeah, it might help.
I end up, like, not liking what I'm doing that much, and
that's true too. If you don't like what you're doing that much, it doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah. So all that having been said, Incubate says, if one's life is so miserable, why don't people move away when they are beyond youth? And I said she actually has moved all over America. It didn't help. That was my response.
Yeah. I know. And there's, like, so, I don't know. Does anybody out there know about John Trudell?
Is it Trudeau? Continue.
Yeah, Trudell.
What?
Trudell.
Chappelle.
John Trudell was the Native American poet.
Okay.
Who did all this work with the AIM, with American Indian Movement. He was on Alcatraz Island.
Yeah, that's right.
When they did that.
Right, yes. I think Holly has also brought him up. Continue. Yes. Is he the guy who wound up in jail for years?
I don't think he did end up in jail. What they did to him, and he's a beautiful, beautiful poet. Like, I can't believe you haven't heard some of his stuff. He did a lot of touring with musicians, and did his spoken word in front of music for years. He's passed away. He passed away, and his wife was a psychologist, and when they got together, she had explained to him the only thing that she really wants to do is go back to the reservation where her mom and dad were, because she felt like everything she'd learned in psychology could be best applied in her home community. And yeah, he was an organizer with the American Indian Movement, and somehow they had delegated him to do some consulting with the government on how to deal with these issues. And what they did was they lured him away from his wife and his children, and it was all a scheme. Like, they got him to go to Washington supposedly to argue whatever the points were, the treaty breaches about Native Americans needing their treaties to be honored. And then while he was away, they torched his home. They locked his wife and his children and her mother in their home and set fire to it and killed them all.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. and so that kind of always stuck with me. And
That's unspeakable. Of course that would stick with you. It would stick with any of us. What happened to him?
She gave him the words. He was gone. You know, he left after, like, his spirit was no longer in our place. But he was still here, and he had his daughters from other women.
Okay.
And he did this music where he would recite poetry, and he would say, like, she gave me the words. Like, she gives me.
Oh, horrific. I mean, that's, at any rate, it's...
This guy, like, I believe that he was in San Francisco for a while. Like...
Oh, he was. Yeah. I mean, it's one of these... understand that the Native American movement was extremely politicized, and they really did not like each other. There was a enormous amount of infighting. And so when I took towards my admiration of Richard Oakes the Mohawk, I pretty much focused on him as a personality, and he was more involved with the Indians of all tribes, or the IAT, and the IAT and the AIM did not like each other. So my perspective on the AIM is biased by that. It's so the way that I understood it, based on the narrative from the people I was dealing with who were more affiliated with Richard Oakes the Mohawk, was that the AIM movement was heavily infiltrated by the U.S. government, and kind of like had many Indians who were either naive or being, in a sense, useful idiots. I was more under the impression, because of the people I was dealing with, that the American Indian movement had sent a delegation to Alcatraz Island, as opposed to being on Alcatraz with the Indians of all tribes. Again, remember, I received a completely biased perspective on this from many of the people I was dealing with while growing up. By the way, our man T-Tank Barry put into the text box here the tragic life of John Trudell. And Holly's with us now and can join in explaining more about this man's life, because I'm sure she's also very familiar with him, or at least passingly so. So Holly, welcome aboard, and do say hello to Amy. I'm so glad you've joined us now. I'd like you two ladies to talk a bit about John Trudell, and for those of you who are expecting me to go monologue, I'll do so. But, we'll take our time getting there tonight, just talking with these ladies first a little bit. And I might have to take a break to answer a phone call. But, aside from that, Holly, just say hi. Give us an update on your own situation, whatever you feel comfortable sharing. And
hi, everybody. Hi, Amy.
Howdy.
Hi. I was catching you earlier, and it broke my heart.
Yeah.
I had one of my happiest times in childhood in Vermont. And it doesn't sound like the same place anymore. Oh, yeah. East Rutherford and Rutland.
Oh, my gosh.
Beloved friends up there.
So, yeah, Rutland has just exploded. It's like...
You're killing me.
No, it's like, it's all... So, Burlington is a mess, but because of the landscape, you can't really expand, like, how other towns will, like, pop up. It'll be like suburbia all around. Well, there's really nowhere to go outside of Burlington, so they all went south on Route 7 to Rutland, and Rutland is huge now.
Jeez.
It's got a huge...
So is it all mansions, like all rich people?
Mostly down south, it's like...
I'm going to take this call. Oh, I'll be right back in about 10-ish minutes. Okay, you ladies keep talking. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, Rutland has kind of exploded, and all the mental health, like when you get 5150, you go to Rutland. Because there's no in Burlington.
They got a big hospital or something?
Yep, they have a giant hospital system.
God.
it's huge. I don't know. I mean, I also have these great experiences in childhood of like getting out on the lake with my grandmother and her sister, and like I really wish that I could connect with that sense of, you know, of home and of safety and of just like
God.
relaxation. And it just
It was
isn't.
absolutely nothing
Yeah,
in
yeah.
like the 80s
But
over there.
no,
Nothing.
the
Nothing but gorgeous beauty.
yeah. And
Outstanding gorgeous.
I mean, in some respects it's still here, but then you have to drive by the strip malls, you know,
Mm-hmm.
even though they
Yeah.
like still they hunker down around the no billboards, but at,
Uh-huh.
you know, at every corner town there's a dollar store. So
And
it's
they're all the same stores. I mean, it was Bed Bath and Beyond, blah, 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 you know, just a carbon copy
box stores, just real
of the
estate.
same shit. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Logistics
Cheapest
of
possible.
yeah, getting your food shipped from China to Mexico, back to California, and then all the way out to Vermont, you know? Like that's
And no character of the individual towns whatsoever.
well, no, you can't. If you're a farmer in Vermont, you can't sell your food to the local grocery store. They
Wow.
legislated and bureaucratized every aspect
Wow.
of our lives. So even when you have a greenhouse and you have fresh food, getting it to a market is impossible. It's just
Wow. Tragic.
this has been going on forever. They have all these movements like farm to table, you know,
Mm-hmm.
or this and that. But they're so ill funded. Like all the funding for that just gets swallowed up or pushed aside, and you know, and then they put in another box store. You know, they got rid of Kmart.
Yeah, and the fuckers get tax credits to come and do it.
Exactly.
Amazon warehouses, Walmart warehouses. Oh yeah, we'll make it practically free for you guys.
And it was, you know, it was a big thing when I first got here, and they were trying to give people $10,000 to move their online business to Vermont, you know, to have,
I see.
you know, people from outside of Vermont move to Vermont. We'll give you $10,000 to start up your business here. And I'm calling people in charge of this program, and I'm saying, I'm from Vermont. I'm native to this area. I have all these local connections. Can I get $10,000 to support my business as a small business
That's
owner?
the
No.
craziest thing I ever heard in my life.
And
Wow.
this hasn't gotten any better. Like they're complaining.
Jeez.
They're complaining that the ICE raids are taking the Mexicans out of the dairy farms. These mega dairies have been poisoning the waterways, and I've said this over and over again. But it's the reality of living here is that every summer you just can't even open your windows because it smells like cow manure, and they spread summer long. And they went to like, oh, now they inject it, but it's still like all day on the roads. There's all these manure trucks spreading all their stuff all over the road, and you can drive around behind them.
They probably get paid to do it.
Well, they're
some kind of tax dodge.
All the Mexicanos, the hermanos who have been here doing all the work for nothing because nobody wants to. Nobody here wants to
pay.
To poison the rivers with your cow poo. And so saying like, oh yeah, they raided the farm. I'm going, okay, first of all, dairy is the most toxic substance on the planet. All the radiation fallout collects in the mother's milk. This is the most toxic substance on the planet. Second of all, not only is it completely toxic, it's polluting the entire area. It's full of, I mean, you know, and then, you know, we can just move on to the Roundup Ready corn, which is on every corner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like you got
Wow.
disgusting toxic corn feeding the cow, who's
Yeah.
then producing the milk, and then you're ingesting it without even a thought. Like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's good for you. Look at all the great advertising with the milk mustaches. Don't you want to
And it
be,
came from the country.
Johnny, don't you want to be a celebrity and get your mug on a milk commercial with a mustache?
Yeah. Oh boy. It's natural.
It's natural. You know, it's so funny that you say that. I know you're from Jersey. I know you're not really from
Yeah.
Vermont. But
No.
every winter, all the ski mountains get taken over by these New Yorkers and these New Jersey people who think they own this place.
Oh yeah.
It is such, like, we hate you all. We just
Oh yeah. Understood.
I'm gonna tell
Fully.
you, like, I know has nothing to do with you as a person or
I
any of
get you.
Jersey. You just have to understand that I've lost all my friends. Like they've all had to move out of state in order to find
Wow.
work and housing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's
just,
how California's getting to be too. You guys probably aren't thrilled to see a lot of Californians over there either.
we actually are impressed because we know that California is hard. So
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
We've all tried to leave, and California was like, oh, that's hard. Like,
Yeah. Oh, ow.
but no, it's,
God. And then it's below zero half the year. Jesus. I don't understand how people afford heat.
I mean, that's just it. Like there are things that you do. There are things that you do throughout the year to prepare.
Yeah.
And if you don't, if you are just expecting like you're just going to pay a little bit more on your electric, you're going to freeze to death. Like,
Yeah.
you rely on electric heat. And you think that we're silly, like throwing blankets up in all our windows. Yeah, those people are warm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Like,
God.
there's such a thing as like, you know it's only for a short period of time. You know it's happening every year. You
Yeah.
have all gear. You need gear in the winter.
Yeah.
There's no way
Yeah.
around.
Oh, yeah. Like a decent car.
Well, four-wheel drive, that was the main thing. I had last time I talked to Doug, I was telling him like I'm looking into getting another car because this one, I mean, we've already spent $4,000 on this one, still can't get it inspected.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking at another car and like I'm calling up and I'm like, so all-wheel drive. She's like, nope, front-wheel drive. I'm like, oh, that's great. She's like, well, I got a Subaru. I just don't want to drive a Subaru.
Uh-huh.
It's a Vermont car and I just don't care. I just don't want a Subaru.
Yeah. I was always a Toyota person myself.
Yeah, well, that's what we got. We got a Toyota Prius. It's 10 years old and it's no longer safe. Like, it's not that it one thing is that it doesn't pass inspection. The other thing is that it's really not safe.
Yeah.
Is like the rust has killed it.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Vehicles,
Oh, yeah.
their
I've
vehicles
lost
have,
cars to rust. Yeah. Tragic.
it's just, I mean, you can have a car for 2 years in Vermont and the amount of salt that's on the road here,
Yeah.
the car will have rust in a year. Like you'll get through in a year just because of the conditions and the way that
vicious.
Like out west, they don't do that. They put dirt, not salt.
Yeah. They don't salt.
They don't salt out west and the cars last longer. That's for sure.
That's right. That's right. That's what they were salt with dioxin in it in Jersey.
Oh yeah. Like whatever.
I mean, it was sick.
I don't even know. Like shit does not grow along the side of the road. So clearly it's got something in it that's really disgusting and not great. But
yeah.
I wish that it had maintained some of its charm here. It's just really like today I've been kind of binge watching the Soft White Underbelly, which it's kind of a hate watch. I really don't like it. I mean, it's really hard.
I've never heard of it.
Soft White Underbelly. It's so Michelle Carmela Soldano had said that the guy who does he's a photographer, primarily a photographer, but he goes to all these different places and allows people to tell their story. But she was saying that he's really just abusive and exploitative, and a lot of people don't like him. He's super successful. He's got thousands of interviews that he's done with people all over the place. And he had an interview with somebody from Springfield, Vermont. And just listening to her.
Okay, I'm back, but please continue. Something about Springfield, Vermont, just listening to her. Continue.
So the guy who does the soft white underbelly, he does the videos of Skid Row. He does videos of Appalachia.
Is it like a podcast or something? Or a cable show?
Mostly fentanyl and crack addicts.
What the fuck?
You've never... Michelle Carmela Saldana was saying that he is exploitative and a lot of people don't like him because he doesn't actually fix things for people.
I was going to ask, are you talking about the guy who films bum fights?
No, I don't think so. He had interviewed today. I watched one of a woman recovering from opiate addiction in Springfield, Vermont. And it was like a year old, and she had just gotten a job. Her name was Diana. It was in Springfield, Vermont. And she was talking about growing up in Vermont, how her parents were just useless. She was a feral child growing up in Vermont, which is what we all were back then in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And so she was talking about how it had been 8 years of being clean, and all of a sudden, just like that, she got back into opiates. Like she was taking pills again. And then she'd had a year clean, and they wanted her to work with other addicts, and she was excited about it because she felt like it was like giving purpose to her recovery. But the job itself, like they had asked for all these requirements, like a bachelor's degree, some kind of certifications, and she didn't have any of that, but they hired her anyway because she had been through it and could relate to these people.
Well, so far this sounds like a positive.
Yeah, it was actually one of, like, I've been binge watching it, and it's really awful. Like it really.
So what's this got to do with the bum fights guy? He was filming this or interviewing her or something?
The bum fights guy.
Yeah.
I don't.
It's a euphemism, I think.
It's a euphemism for the guy you were talking about who's filming on Skid Row. Was he the guy interviewing her or something? I mean, is there a connection between the twain or?
Yes, it's on that channel. It's on the soft white underbelly channel.
Okay, soft white underbelly. That's disgusting. What a term. Where did that come from? It's like the tenderloin. It's a disgusting term for a place name.
Guy. Like, I don't even like him, but he's so popular. He has such platform. Like he does, and he says, like, I'm not an interviewer, I'm a photographer, and the best ones are when I don't have to ask any questions. The best interviews when here's one. Okay, so there's the one lady who's recovering, doing pretty good in Vermont, but then
don't let that one drop. I want to know she's actually maintaining as a counselor.
I really, like, I don't ever follow through. I just watch, and then I'm like, there's my whole day gone. But so the other one that I watched recently, though, had to do with the lost children of Scientology. This guy Jamie.
That's deep.
I knew you'd like that.
Yes. Continue. Okay. I mean, you don't need to dwell on that, but yes. So you ladies held out great while I was gone. I have good news. So I was talking to Ed Beth, and I got the results that have been kind of put into a bit of a transcript by him. So he's emailed me the test that I gave to the Blood Boys recently about comparisons of the complaints within the original Declaration of Independence that were lodged against King George III. And I asked the Blood Boys to draw up as many parallels between all of the complaints, the statements that were made in the case by Thomas Jefferson, that they could see in terms of historical parallelism with the situation today with Donald Trump, who very much wants to be a monarch. So the results were in. I'm very proud of them all. And I certainly, of course, obviously they're reflecting a lot of what I taught them. So when I do basically take to reiterating this to everyone, I do want people to know, obviously I'm going to be speaking off the cuff and giving everyone my own analysis, but I'll be giving you point by point what I presented to the Blood Boys. And in general...
well, and I just want to say that's a good sign for two ways. Number one, they're retaining what you're saying. And number two, they didn't cheat and just run it through AI.
Oh, well, that's not allowed. That's why it was so, just so people understand, that's why it was so rare that my interactions with the Chat GPT in front of them, because of my son's husband's involvement with the... shall we say, the high technology community, he's aware of the dangers of the internet more than anyone. Now,
sure.
Of course, people formulate different approaches to this. I have just recently, by the way, we've gotten an incredible image in the text box. I don't know if you ladies can see this or access it, but we got it from our man T-Tank Berry. Here's some soft white underbelly content. I don't know if he's joking or if this is really from the channel, but if it is from the channel, he's got what looks like a hip streetwalker, or at least a woman who's presenting herself as such. Maybe I'm just reading into that, but she looks like... I'm sorry?
It's mostly prostitutes.
It's mostly prostitutes? No wonder his channel's so fucking popular. That's no secret. Jesus Christ. If I were talking mostly to prostitutes, I'd have a popular channel too. So there we are. Now this one...
Yeah, and I guess street prostitution is coming back.
That's what happens when you have an economic downturn, yeah.
And no housing and shit.
Yeah. Yes. By the way, that's awful, and that's a common joke among, how would I say it, barroom comedians, is that times are tough, but the hookers are looking better. It's that kind of joke runs through the bars. It's this, and of course we have sad examples of when they get older. Thank you, John. I'm depressed enough. I don't need to look at these. But such being said, yes, no, it's a hard life to say the least, and please do not indulge in it, ladies. Obviously, I've expressed before that I have a respect for escorts and professional sex workers, but then again, there's always the hard, horrible results. It's kind of like I have a respect, believe it or not, for militarism or the military profession in other nations. America is where it got all fucked up for reasons I've articulated at exhaustive length. But when it comes to the horrors of war, obviously, the results can be devastating. Nevertheless, it's one of these things that I have argued is it's kind of necessary to the human experience, and this is where Brooke Gibson in particular would basically misread a lot of what I said or misinterpret what I said. After a while, it became, how would I say it, just insufferable. It was just insufferable. No matter what I said, she would take it the wrong way. But when it came to the military or warfare, as I've said, it really is a natural part of the human condition. And if we were not to make war, if we lived in a world that was truly at peace, it really wouldn't be a world you'd want to live in. It would be something similar to a well, basically a termitary. We would be social insects of some sort. It'd be like the Borg. It would be like something just it would be recognizably inhuman. But all that being said, obviously that doesn't mean I think that we should all be going around killing each other randomly without purpose. Okay, so that's something that we could go into for hours. We don't need to dive into that right now. But all that being said, definitely, Holly, appreciate what you've said about the retaining the information. Thank you so much, and it is very gratifying that they do. Matter of fact, that's
because I guess all the schools and universities are just throwing their doors open to AI.
Hey, thank you for bringing me back on track.
You can get a
Yeah, go on, continue.
PhD now and not learn a thing.
Thank you. No, this is frightening to me. To say the least. I do not see anything good coming of this. So I do want people to know that here from Business Insider. Business Insider has an article from their parenting section. And it says, I work in AI, and now I use it for parenting my 5 kids. Shielding them. Yeah, shielding them from it would be a mistake. I mean, really? Really?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, we shield the blood boys from the internet and AI. It's like, and it's gotten, shall we say, more and more so over the years. It's simply just, as I've explained before, you've got to really limit exposure to young people, especially with anything that's interactive. As for AI, I mean, oh my God, you might as well be letting them into a chat room with a child predator. There's, AI is hallucinatory. It's going to take them all kinds of places that you don't want them to go. I find that people, this is bizarre to me that anyone would take the stance that this individual is taking. But then again, if I had 5 kids, I'd be beyond all care and I'd turn them over to AI too, because I would have given up. So that's...
You saw how Elon had to shut his system down.
Tell us about this, because yes, we will go into Elon tonight, and tell us what you know about that. By all means.
It just started spewing so much crazy that it couldn't. He had to shut it down.
Right. Oh, they said that it was quote unquote anti-Semitic, which I would use the term Judeo-phobic.
Yeah.
Which no surprise from Elon Musk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really.
So the AI said, "Well, that's what you fed me."
Yeah. Yes. Of course. Well, that's what
I'm going to go away now and think it through and correct.
Well,
but
that's
it ain't my fault. That's what the fucking thing said.
Good for it. Good for it.
Yeah.
And it's telling the truth. I mean, on X platform, that's all you're going to get is Elon Musk and a bunch of Hollywood neo-Nazis, people whose only concepts of the Third Reich come from Hollywood.
That's right.
Yeah, so these guys are just going to be spewing Invictive, all fucking day. Sheila Gavin says, "Hi, Holly. Hi, Heather. Amy, honey. She's we're on with Holly and Amy at the moment. She says, best of soft white underbelly, twa parts with honorable man Ron Piana, a retired writer, editor of medical oncology publication, drops a huge bomb." In uppercase, she writes a huge bomb on medical cancer BS industry. Yeah. Thank you.
Ooh.
I'll look at tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
I really, because Doug's shows are so much shorter lately, which I'm very proud of you for cutting it down and making it palpable, so that it's not like taking me all my time to listen to 12 hours. It's so much easier now.
Bless you,
but
hon.
Sheila, I'm gonna look at that tomorrow.
and Sheila Gavin says, tons of love to Amy. Many exclamation marks. So do feel free to respond to her in the chat. Yes. So yeah.
I just want to say, like, Sheila had a pretty good summation of chapters for your biography, and I would
She
be willing
did?
to bet you could probably write up 50 to 100 pages,
Wow.
and it would nothing like anybody else's book.
Yeah.
She did in the comments at one point. Just
Wow.
give like
Is she AI?
I don't think she is. No.
Only kidding, Sheila.
Yeah. Yeah. So Sheila, yes, by all
You're
means,
just
Sheila,
smart.
feel free to volunteer your services and do some writing for me. That would be wonderful. Write a little summation of the story of my life as you see it. That would be lovely. I would love that. And you know my email. It's everywhere. DouglasDuaneDietrich@gmail.com. It's on every bathroom wall. Yeah, do write that to me, and anything you feel like. Now, how much time are we left blessed with you, Amy? Considering your,
cent, Doug.
I'm sorry.
9%, so probably not very long. Because once it gets down to like 3, it's
Okay.
like over with. Like I can't even press the button. It's like
Oh Jesus. Well, yeah. Well, obviously, Holly, do you have any suggestion? You said you heard earlier. Amy, of course, has got to get a new car, really, but she's saying that she's concentrating on the housing situation. She's also filling out all of her paperwork for Social Security. I really wish the two of you would talk privately. Maybe Holly would have some suggestions. Holly's had a great deal of
I
experience.
doubt it. She knows the drill. Amy knows the drill.
Kind of.
And it's changing.
Yeah, true.
yeah.
And it can be different state from state, even though it's federal.
True.
So you sound like you're pretty on it to me, Amy. And it's just hideously frustrating. And the car thing is horrible. Horrible.
Well, and that's like if I accept one of these remote positions, like
Yeah.
honestly, that means I don't need a car. It just means that I
Right.
need to buckle down and get some kind of housing that will allow me to work from home.
Right. Yeah, because I never paid more than a few thousand for a car in my whole life. But I'm hoping the one I have now will be the last one I ever own
Wow.
because
Yeah.
of all the expense, the insurance, the repairs, the gas. I mean, could I make it work taking a lift once in a while or walking? I don't know. The buses here are terrible.
Right. We don't have public transportation
At all. Yeah.
Yeah, there is none. There is no public transportation here, so getting around is challenging, and it's been like this for 10 years. Like even when people give me vehicles, like something ends up happening, and I could talk about this issue where my mom gave me a car that she wasn't going to use anymore because it was too many problems. It was just in and out of the mechanics all the time. So yeah, let's just dump with this car, right?
Yeah.
My plan was to just sell the thing.
Right.
Like she can give it to me, and then I'm just going to sell it. And before I could sell it, my other friend borrowed it to go to work because he needed, like usually I would maybe just bring him in and then drive back home, back to where I was staying. And he kept it that day because he had to run to the bank at lunch, and I wasn't going to run him in and then run back for lunch. So let him take it, and he was on his way to meet his mom at the bank, and a deer he was on Main Street.
Ooh.
Main Street in a city, and a deer threw itself into the driver's side door, exploded all over him, deer guts and blood everywhere.
Jeez.
And so the police came and all this, and they're like, well, what do you want to do? And he was freaking out because he knew that my mom had just given me this car. I hadn't had a car for years.
Oh God.
Problem. And the police are like, well, what do you want to do? And he's like, I'm just gonna drive it. It's just the door. Yeah, it looks bad, but I can still drive it. It still drives. And that's what the police let him get back in the car, all the dead deer, and drive.
Hanging on it.
First he went to his work, and he took a shower at work because they had a shower at work.
Wow.
And then he drove back to me, and when I saw the car, I fell. Like I had like low blood.
Oh my God.
Like collapsed, and then
That's horrifying.
I know it was so emotionally toiling.
And talk about random.
Right. By the way, ladies, well, of course, it's not really necessarily random. She is a targeted individual, and these things go way beyond rational explanation sometimes. By that, I mean targeted individuals tend to suffer events that are border on the supernatural. I want to bring to your attention, ladies, what goes on in the text box. So in the text box of this call, I want you, in particular, Amy, to later on come back to the infinite call. And everyone should always check the infinite call now and check for messages from each other. And our dear T-Tank Barry, an incredible human being, he's bringing to your attention various cars that are on sale. So something that would suit you perfectly because you're out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in Mudsville is this pickup truck.
Gorgeous.
I'm sorry?
I'm looking at them now. They're really good looking Ford. That is so beautiful. Yeah. And it's already got the rack. The back of it's already outfitted so that you could like get materials for building or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Diesel
Maybe put a little plow on the front.
Yeah.
We have a plow truck because it's too rusty to drive on the road. So we have a Ford plow truck that he uses to get in and out of here when it snows.
Right on.
Also, I have a Chevy that's too rusty to do anything with that I've been using that a little bit just to keep it running, like, because the worst thing you could do to any of these cars is just not run them. You know, like when we were away for the winter, like we came back to just dead batteries and flat tires, like, you know, and we knew that would be the case. But these are gorgeous vehicles, and send some money and Douglas will pick up he could take his blood boys on a little road trip. Just get a blood boys, drive the Ford back to Vermont, and
to sweet home Vermont.
And we can do this.
They'll change their tune. Douglas loves cows. Everybody knows that.
Oh yeah, That's I love to eat them. I love beef.
One of his favorite things.
Yeah, that's look at the sweet engine he's showing, and I know you have the capacity to appreciate this, ladies, as does Aristides, I'm sure. SFA Craigslist. I mean, look, honey.
The catalytic converter, they haven't ripped it out for the you know how they're mining all the catalytic converters out the old cars?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
I vaguely heard of it, of course, but you know, honestly, you can probably give us a full education on that. I'm sure people are being stripped of their various parts of their automobiles all over. But I mean, look, we're in Mad Max. We're in fucking Mad Max Road Warrior level already. But honey, you know, it wouldn't hurt to reach out to some of these people on Craigslist and explain to them your situation. There might be people who feel compassionate enough where they would be willing to drive the car up to Vermont for you. If you know, I'm certain, like, you know, you could arrange something with them to pay in installments or something. It doesn't hurt to ask.
Oh, he says no smog, no catalytic converter on this heap.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, well, anyway.
What state is it in, anyway? I mean, is he in Florida or what?
No, this is all California. This is all San Francisco.
Oh, that's a long drive. I mean, you'll kill you half the life of the car just getting it over there.
That was my thought, was like, yeah, you could probably count having something happen somewhere around Texas.
He says
San
Jose. He says it's all San Jose, California, or at least
maybe you look for Eller in it.
Yeah.
Shipping it. It'll add the cost, but it might not be horrendous.
Yeah, honestly, in the state of Vermont, there must be someone out there giving a car away. Jesus Christ, there's people out there who are dying and they don't give a shit anymore. That seems to be the case with their homes. If there's people are giving you homes, or ask them if they got cars.
Before, but
yeah.
I don't know. It's really overwhelming. It is. It's just incredibly overwhelming. And everybody says go to the Good News Garage. I've been calling those people for years, and if you have a car to donate, they're all about it. But there's like a 2 or 3 year wait list to be on the list to get it. And you have to jump through hoops. You have to go through the state. It's a program. Yeah, I don't understand. Honestly, I don't. Understand.
But by the way, from our man T Tank Barry, he says shipping from Los Angeles, California to Burlington, Vermont could cost between basically $2,000 to $3,000 essentially.
That's a lot.
10 grand.
I was hoping it could be 1,000 or under.
Well, like you said,
that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
How much is it going to cost you to drive? Is the other computation?
I just can't even imagine why I would bring such a beautiful truck like that, like an antique Ford truck that's gorgeous, to bring it up here and destroy it. Yeah. That's not what I want to do.
Yeah, there's that.
Beautiful.
There's that.
I mean, as I was saying, I could take one of these remote jobs and get a place to live, work from home, and then just scooter where I need to be.
Yeah. This is. Hey, the only reason I could get away without a car, except I got to use it to get to work.
Right.
It's the only reason I really have to have one, for what it'd save me.
Well, isn't that the reason pretty much everyone has a car? But go on. Yes.
Well, not if you can work from home, baby. That's the magic formula.
True. Yes. Yeah.
So, go on. Best of the internet, right? Like using the internet for good would be like just working from home, like having space where I live devoted to the tech, getting all the tech set up, and then only going out to do things that are good for me, like, participate in groups, which I don't do because there's no group in Richford.
Okay, so here's one he found. He found one automobile. The cost of driving from San Francisco, California to Vermont is $476.25 one way, $952.51 round trip. Or maybe he looked up simply the general cost of driving.
That's cheap as fuck.
Yeah. Oh, but I think he's just looking up the general cost if, like, you're just on a road trip.
Is that to hire a driver? Is what I thought you were saying.
That's what I was hoping, but I don't know. We'd have to ask him to to elucidate on that. But I think he means just if someone were driving on their own on a road trip, that's what it would cost, which is it's considerable amount of money.
Well, maybe that's just gas, because
that's what I would think. Yeah,
it's gonna take you, unless you kill yourself, 4 or 5 days.
Yes. Yeah.
So if you're sleeping in the car, but that don't leave no money for a room.
Right.
Nor cheap Chinese in Utah. Chinese food in Utah is always an experience.
He says just gas. Yes, that's what I thought.
Okay.
So he's
okay. So you're looking at $500 for gas.
Yeah, at least. So he says, and then round trip, he says, closer to 1,000. So,
1,000.
So
right.
500 to 1,000. Yeah, 500 one way, 1,000 round trip. Yeah, that's bad.
Is everybody out there listening? We need at least $1,000 plus $7,000 to buy this Ford truck, so Doug can drive it out here, give it to me, and then return to San Francisco.
There you go.
So all that being said, we love you dearly.
Well, like you say,
go on. Yeah, no, continue.
I would say it isn't the top of your problems.
Mm-hmm.
You've got it worked
No.
out to the point where you've got priorities to deal with first.
Well, I think it's on the top of
Bigger problems,
I think it's
alas.
I think that it's a big problem for her in the sense that she does need it to ultimately tow the cherry picker and get that out of the garage and back to where they can take it to her Uncle Ben or whoever it is who can rehabilitate it or sell it or something. And
It's that hard. It's just the guy who's on it is not. He hasn't touched it, and he's not communicating
Right.
with.
well, like you said,
So-
didn't you say he
Right,
finally
I
answered the
heard that
call and said he
before.
would do it? Did you say that, or was I dreaming?
Yeah. No, that my uncle said he would help, but the guy who's sitting on it right now just won't answer our call
Oh,
or
okay.
return.
So, like I said, yeah, you gotta drive down there. Yeah.
Yeah, always a bad sign.
Yeah. Well,
And it was good when we left, when
Mhm.
he went over there to talk to the guy to see if we needed to give him some money, and he wouldn't get off the phone the whole time Toke was standing there.
Ah,
well, like I said,
jeez.
you would have to be different. Toke has a real case of give-up-itis, and that's why he's not a competent adult. You, on the other hand, you have to have the stick-to-itiveness of an octopus. You've really just got to, like I said, park yourself there, or, sit down there and start crying.
I
Well,
gotta go.
maybe he's hoping you'll forget all about it and he can just keep it for
Well,
himself.
that we know that. Well, that's a given. That's a given.
Bastard.
Yeah.
I mean, I send him texts all the time. He knows we haven't forgotten about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good.
Well, that's
who's
if
he gonna?
he's-
Yeah. And you ain't gonna.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he's not gonna sell it to someone. He'll cannibalize the parts. But our man T Tank just gave all these great details. He's in love with his truck. I can tell T Tank loves it, himself. Yeah.
1984 Ford F-250 diesel,
Yeah.
6.0 liter.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. It looks really nice, and I would hate to just bring it here and ruin it with the salt on the roads. I mean, it is gorgeous. It's wonderful. And thank you so much, T-Tank, for finding solutions for me. It's too beautiful. I can't take it.
He says, drive it till it rusts apart. Yeah. And yeah, it's
Yeah.
But definitely, as always, Amy, you're an angel. We're so glad that you dropped in tonight, and yeah, I'm so glad that you're a part of Team Dietrich, and we love you. Stay safe and be well. I'm certainly not trying to drive you off the program, but it's like you said, your battery's running very low. Well, let's see what T-Tank says. T-Tank's still typing. And it's interesting that you brought up Michelle Carmela Saldana saying that this guy is exploiting the street people. It's just tell you that she seems to, as far as I'm concerned, dislike anyone who's not herself. I think she pretty much, generally speaking, is like anyone. Yeah.
I want to say before I go, I would like to mention that I love that you're taking this like founding fathers and drawing a parallel.
Yeah.
And myself, I've been thinking a lot about the French Revolution, and we're coming up on Bastille Day, and the parallels there. Like I in my own head, like just thinking about how it went from crazy guillotine time to Napoleon, and this is like not a 1 year, a 2 year, a 3 year thing. It's decades. We're
Mhm.
looking at decades of change that's going to be reflected throughout history as a very difficult time. So I would like, I'm very interested in hearing about all the work that the young lads have done and your take on it, and how
Thank you.
I'm supposed to about what's going on, because I'm too busy like looking at the wetlands and the beautiful swamp candlesticks that grow everywhere around my shed.
You're so cute. That's wonderful. And so I'm looking up right now span of time between Bastille and Waterloo, and I know what you're saying is that it seemed like it was many centuries took place within a few decades. So we're talking about 1789 to 1815, fairly long period of time. And of course, unlike in the old days, I have to reach for my calculator because otherwise I'm going to be counting on my fingers and toes. So if we do 18, yeah. Oh, thank you. How did you do that? How did you do that?
Play cribbage. Keeps your math skills good.
God damn, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, about 25 years and 11 months, just to give it, but 26 years, yeah. So a quarter century. So that quarter century was the equivalent of many centuries, as they used to say back then. But, yeah, you're right. But we have what's going on right now will have to lead to some kind of historical correction. And hopefully in that 25 years of time, this coming quarter century, we're going to see things change for the better for all of us. By the way, our man John Doe, who's T-Tank Barry, said Ford equals the opposite, DROF, DROF, driver returns on foot. So that's cute. And so Amy's writing back to him. He's really just tormenting her with this beautiful vision of this object. She says, fix or repair daily. There we are for the Ford. And that's a bit unfair, but I suppose, yeah, it could turn into that. They all do turn into that. And yeah. And, well, certainly your environment doesn't help. You're in a very destructive environment in terms of weather. Like you said, the salt on the roads and everything else. Ouch. I mean, that's, just hard for me to imagine. Deer. Oh, and suicidal deer just leaping out at you and just splattering.
Suicidal on Main Street in a city.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely bizarre. Just absolutely bizarre. And that was like a turning point for him also. Like, he really was never the same after that happened.
He sounds to me like he's rather, isn't that a rather delicate individual to be that impacted by? Granted, something like that is traumatic, but it's hardly on the scale that I would, something like that to me would be like, okay, that's bad for a few days, maybe a few weeks. But if it went into months, I think that the person is rather, there's something intrinsically wrong with them. I'm sorry. Well, before you leave, before you say that, because we couldn't hear it, John Doe says, I bought a new Nissan and will pay $96,000 when payments are paid in full, $960 a month. Holy shit. Yeah. So, yeah, installments are the way to go, of course, but that's outrageous. He's paying as much for that as he's paying more for that than I'm paying for rent.
That's like a house. You're living in your vehicle. That's like a house.
Oh, well, our man's
$6.
Yeah, our man's pretty successful guy. He's an engineer, so he's got a fleet of vehicles. He's quite the dude. He's quite the man. But yourself, Amy, what were you going to say about this guy? The guy who got deered, the deer splatter?
I would say that it wasn't, it was like the frosting on the cake for trauma. Like, he's an incredibly strong person. He's physically strong. He's mentally disciplined. And it was just like the ever evolving, pervasive, persistent trauma that particular thing was like enough. Like, it was just no more hanging out with Amy. Like, it was like that was the end of it, really.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How was that your fault?
No, I mean,
you were helping him.
Because she's a targeted individual. Because she's a targeted individual, and he recognized that being around her draws this to him, right, Amy?
Yeah, he actually believes that's his problem too. He had it in his head that he was also somebody who could never get it right because it was like this pervasive, persistent trauma. Like, it's just lining. Everything needs to be dealt with immediately, and it's never resolved. You never get to clear out your backlog.
Right. But by the way, in all fairness, as T. Tank Barry has pointed out, he does live in his vehicles because he does have this fleet of vehicles. He is living from one to the other, essentially. Yeah, and but they're good vehicles.
It can be done very comfortably. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he's gotten himself another mobile home, but he had a mobile home, and there was a terrible accident, but he survived that, thank God, and good, and got the insurance. Good man, and
Good. Yeah, I really want the Love truck. I want a Chevy Love truck, which y'all have out west. They didn't make it over here, but
wow,
that combination of the Japanese and the Chevy.
All right.
That was like a fun little truck that is, it doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, that's so sad. Yeah. I mean, remember the Suzuki Samurai? They kept sabotaging it in the tests just to fuck over the Japanese sales. That was a scandal in and of itself. He's got another good photograph here, our man T-Tank Berry does. And yeah, he travels quite a bit. He's a road man, and but definitely a California individual. I'm sorry.
%. I gotta go.
Okay,
Good
I love
night.
you. Take care.
Here, I'll listen later.
Bye, Amy.
Yeah, bye.
Talk soon.
We love you dearly. Okay, and we're joined by Heather Holman. So,
Very good.
yeah, before I go into monologue, honey, tell us a little bit about yourself. How you doing right now? How's Vin? Oh, here we are.
Is fine.
Okay, great. There's a photograph of the mobile home in the ravine there, and that's a incredible photograph. And but thank God he got the insurance on that. As he said, that was a potential death ride. Thank God it wasn't. Believe me, we are so glad you survived that. And yeah, but such having been articulated, so you say everything's fine, dear Amy, and that's wonderful. And now this is Heather. Heather. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I was talking with Amy, and I still saw her on the screen, so I got confused there for a moment. I was just distracted by everything else I was trying to respond to. Dear Heather, yeah. So tell us what's on your mind right now at the moment before I start, edging towards monologue.
Oh, it was just hot today. I just called in to participate and to tell you it was 118 degrees here.
Oh my
Good Lord.
fucking God.
Yeah.
That's hot even for Phoenix. Oh.
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
Have you guys talked about all of the pythons and alligators around alligator Alcatraz?
Well, tell us what you
I know about them.
Well, tell us what
Yeah,
you...
there's like huge snakes surrounding it.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So I think I predict that there's going to be a flood and all those people are going to get eaten by animals.
I
wild
believe
animals.
that's the intent. That's the intent. It's or as Holly said, they'll just get eaten from the inside out by brain amoebas. Right?
Or
Oh,
there's
they'll
the
rot.
mosquitoes,
You
the
can't.
mosquito
You there
coils.
for 2 weeks, you're going to be half rotten.
Yeah. Oh God. It
I
just-
mean, the picture I saw, the floodwaters were up to the bottom of the racks
Yeah.
the day before they moved them in.
Yeah.
So messed up.
What the hell?
Yeah. Outrageous. It's
Like, it's all torture all the time.
yes.
You know, and some people that need medicine, they're not getting their medicine. They don't even get their religion.
Nothing.
Their religion. They don't get a Bible or nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's.
Oh, hell.
Yeah. And
That area,
yeah.
it's a torment. That's why the Indians of Florida, I understand, were the last conquered. One of the big reasons the Seminoles never really were conquered.
No, they never were.
All credit to them.
Yeah.
But it was because of how brutal, and this was back in the, centuries ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so now you can imagine the super bugs, invasive bugs from all over the world. I mean, everything loves it down there. And the pythons were started out to be pets and people, they got to be a problem, so they put them in the swamp. And the population
Do pythons
exploded.
What was what was that, Heather?
They're the full-sized ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
now, you got to hold still for them to squeeze you to death.
Well, actually, yes and no.
But yeah, they can do pigs and stuff, so
Yeah.
they're ready to put up a fight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, what was your question again, Heather, about the pythons?
I thought that pythons, if they grew up to be anacondas.
Oh, well,
it may be a different species.
Yeah, they might be different species, but they're what's going on in Florida is specifically, generally speaking, Burmese pythons, and the Burmese pythons, as Holly said, started off as part of the pet trade, and the majority of these invasive species in Florida started off as part of the pet trade. And so here's what
or brought in on landscaping and shit. Potted plants of all kinds, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. No. By the way,
also tons of smuggling.
Yeah, and
fancy lizards.
Yes, our man T-Tank brings a meme, I'll call it. But it's a news item or presents itself as such that says they're literally selecting the biggest alligators one by one to drop in alligator Alcatraz, located in the Florida Everglades. This might be true. I cannot, if it is true, what a waste of money, because they don't need to do that.
Far-fetched.
Yeah, I mean, the alligators they've already got there are big enough, I assure you. So it's
He's underway, right? General area. DeSantis wants 3 more of them down there.
You mean camps? Yeah.
Right.
So Heather asks why?
Yeah, just as big.
Well, why?
Oh, it's Florida's new money-making effort, I guess. They'll get lots of government money for that.
Well,
imagine the generosity.
He's got to make up for attacking Disneyland, but yeah, he's lost all the money attacking Disneyland. Yeah, but go on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I understand as of yesterday, he still hadn't gotten a nickel from the feds.
Well, it's
for this fiasco.
It's not like he deserves it. Yeah.
Well, no, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, either the guy is that bloodthirsty. We know that, so he enjoys this. It's the whole point. It feels so good to do this.
Yeah.
But he's expecting to get a big payout for it. He don't do nothing for free.
Yeah, it's.
Can't anybody help these people?
Well.
Apparently, not so far. I mean, it's beyond hellish. It's unimaginable.
Well, let's put it this way, Heather. I do want you to know that there is a lot of community sympathy for them. And what Trump is doing is he's drawing the line between the humanitarians in America and the inhumanitarians. So what he's doing is a kind of favor for us all. We are... This is essentially Stephen King's The Stand come to life, where we have
this.
Oh, geez, honey, they're glitching you. If you can get into a better cell space, then we'll be able to hear you, Holly. That's because we couldn't even hear a word of that last sentence that you said. Okay, or whatever you're saying now. Yeah. Okay. Say something again. Let's see if we can hear it. Honey?
I'm like, okay. All I was trying to say was that line is very stark.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Very, very stark between the two sides. And you can't straddle it.
Yeah. That's right.
It's a razor. It's razor wire, that line.
Yes.
And so I'm trying to get the gratitude of at least knowing the worst, because, I mean, I think that's one of the most important things we have to face and negotiate somehow.
Absolutely. And so, Heather, anything else on your mind? I will talk a little bit about Alligator Alcatraz tonight. And just let us know what else comes to your mind for the moment.
Oh, I don't know. I had a couple things that I wanted to mention, but I can't think of them now.
Oh, honey, yeah, just don't be afraid to interject. I always invite Holly as well, and of course Aristides. You're all welcome to interject. Here we are, something from T-Tank Barry. Trump's hellhole, Alligator Alcatraz, was built in 8 days. It took little over a week to create a massive concentration camp in the middle of the Everglades. Remember this next time politicians claim they can't house the homeless, give hungry kids free lunches, or provide medical care to the poor. They can, they just don't want to. And of course, all of that is quite true in one sense, but believe me, just as Holly has said, the condition that Alligator Alcatraz is in, would you want them building houses for the homeless, considering the quality of construction that went into Alligator Alcatraz? It'd be something like that.
The point is still made, though. I mean,
Yes.
These are bigger problems than Venezuelans under the bed, you know?
Yes, of course.
Jesus.
Yes, true enough. True enough. And yeah, obviously, whatever man can conceive, man can achieve. And right now, we are at the absolute nadir of human degeneracy, where this is what they're aiming for, and is simply the punishment of other men for no good reason. Whereas the criminals are being pardoned and getting off scot-free. I'll deal a little bit with that as well. We'll read what John Doe has to say in response to that. Wonderful image from Heather Holman. Who is this lovely historical lady, Heather?
That is my great-great-great-great-grandma.
Well, I was about to say, it looks like you.
Yeah, it's my great-grandma's grandma.
Mm-hmm. Impressive. I'm glad you have.
It was a photograph with pencil. I don't know what the actual type of photograph is.
Interesting. Oh, wow.
Was she an Arizonan?
No, I think she was from England.
Okay.
I think she was in one of the crazy mental places.
Gee, sorry.
Oh my!
Wow.
Yeah, no, from how like people used to like go crazy and they just put them away for like hysteria or whatever. Yeah, someone died
before Freud.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I mean, geez, that's
famously.
But they were really like fancy places, you know. 'Cause it was all,
if you had money.
Well, they
and the husbands could put you away.
Yes.
At the flick of a finger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you got tired and they wanted a girlfriend or a new wife or whatever, all they had to do was show up in court.
Yeah.
Boom. You were gone.
Oh, it's so true. It's so true.
The history of that is horrendous. And the woman that changed it, God, I wish I could remember the name of that book. It came down to one woman who changed that. Swear to God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the God that was priceless. I got to track that down from my own
Was she the
sake.
woman who infiltrated an insane asylum?
No, her husband went up and did that to her.
Oh, shit.
Because she disagreed with his views on religion.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
So, her story is absolutely, you can't stop reading. It's so amazing. What she and what she achieved.
But the horror
and
that she...
inside the facility, am I coming through? Oh,
yes,
the horror.
Yes.
Even inside the facility, she was a guiding light for these other broken women by the hundreds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can...
So it's an astonishing history. And it was a woman writer. I got to find out who was again. Because she has other books and they're fantastic.
In the Victorian days, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
It's gripping.
Heather?
Yeah, I reckon 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gonna say 1800s, probably late 1800s. Because they still had insane asylums in Jersey functioning till the 80s.
Yeah. And they may have looked
At
very
least the late 70s.
yeah, they may have looked very fancy, especially from the outside, and inside they might have been, but they were basically torture chambers. And the women
Horrors until the end.
yeah, the women were roundly abused, beaten, raped. Well, they
Children.
were slaved, enslaved.
Was there any mind control
horrific.
going on then at that time?
Say that again.
The mind control.
These were poor people. They weren't bothering with that. They were just, you know, punishing them for being poor, number one. I mean, it was a great depository for the poor.
You could say that, well, when we're talking about the wealthy asylums where these women were stuck, you could say this was the beginnings of the mind control programs. Yes, Heather.
And certainly experimentation.
Right. By the way, Veronica Bortolini, Codebreaker Real Talk, says, hola from Arizona. So, most blessed be, dear Veronica. Thank you for joining us. And, yeah. So I want you to, I want to thank Holly and Heather for sharing that bit of history, especially Heather. Heather, thank you so much for sharing that bit of history about your grandmother. That's so tragic. It's unspeakable what happened to her. And in terms of anything else that comes to your mind, dear Heather?
Oh, no, not really. It's just all this flooding is kind of scary.
Okay, and do you mean in Texas specifically, or is something happening that we don't know about in Arizona as well?
Texas, New Mexico, Florida.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's right. And you're just starting monsoon season, right?
Yeah.
I remember in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monsoon is starting soon.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, well, thank you. And like I said, do stay here and join in with an interjection whenever you feel like it. And especially, and also yourself, Holly, of course. That goes without saying.
Yes.
So I want to, first of all, thank John Kulik for contributing 10 United States dollars. He said for Mr. D, and that's always appreciated. Thank you so much. Obviously, this is not going to go very far, so I do want people to understand, please contribute. Every little bit counts, but obviously I'm going to need contributions that range in the $50 to $100 range as a general baseline to help with the incredible financial issues that we are confronting. And so these months coming up are going to be extreme, and for all the reasons I've articulated, and it's the repercussions from June will be hitting us for a while. Now we've got an image here, of course, of Alligator Alcatraz on the inside. I believe this is before the flooding or after the flooding. I don't know. Does that look like flooded? Like it's flooded to you? And he's got also a
You're in the chat?
Yeah, it's here in the text box.
It takes my message, it takes them a real long time to load for
Got
me.
it.
They
No
get backed
worries.
up. Because he keeps them coming, which is a good thing.
Yes, and we
If
thank
you can
him.
put it in
Mhm. And and I thank him for doing a search on the flooding at Alligator Alcatraz, which will, of course, then fill with alligators and Burmese pythons, with as well as brain-eating amoeba, and these people will be cooked and boiled and eaten. They're stewed.
And mosquitoes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, they're screwed.
Oh, beyond.
Yeah, stewed and
Beyond
screwed.
belief.
Yes, this is like
mosquitoes that drive big animals insane.
yes. I like the Gulf of America hat that Trump is wearing. Yes, this idiot. Okay. At any rate, again, thanks to John Kulak, and let's get into it for tonight. We've got. And let's see what Veronica Bartonelli, Codebreaker Real Talk, says. She says, monsoon started June 20th, 2025 here in Tucson, Arizona. So thank you for that information, dear lady. And we'll get into it now. All right. Thank you, at Veronica. And Okay. Okay. So, all such being said, everybody gather around and everybody prepare yourselves. I'll go into it now, and usually when I go into it, I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies. Let's start with the fact that over 100 trans people are missing or presumed dead after Israel bombed an Iranian prison. As a human rights attorney in the region told the New York Times, over 100 transgender and gender non-conforming people incarcerated in Iran are missing and or presumed dead, mass murdered by an Israeli airstrike. The targeted strike destroyed parts of Evin, a Tehran prison known for vicious human rights abuses and detention of political prisoners, in late June. The facility's trans ward was reportedly flattened in this attack, with the Times reporting that Israeli officials framed the mass slaughter of civilians, including human rights activists, medical staff, and nearby residents, as somehow an act of liberation. It's a telling example of Israel's fraught relationship with 2S LGBTQ plus rights, one that is often deployed in order to justify massacres in the region. A widely shared statement signed by almost 24 high-profile Evin prisoners and ex-prisoners, including the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Narges Mohammadi, reads, "History shows that authoritarian regimes often use wars and external crises as a pretext to intensify repression at home. The Israeli attack on Evin prison, carried out in broad daylight in front of families and visitors, is clearly a war crime." Now, this stands in stark contrast with the image that Israel seeks to project to the world when it comes to 2S LGBTQ plus rights, that the country is a 2S LGBTQ plus haven, that the Israeli government is committed to spreading the values of freedom, tolerance, and democracy to the world, that its military aggression is in service to, at least in part, the preservation of 2S LGBTQ plus love. In a 2024 article for the Society for Queer Studies, the queer Palestinian sociologist Izzat Alamur, himself a citizen of Israel, condemned Israel's claims to 2S LGBTQ plus allyship as incompatible with committing war crimes and other atrocities against them. He's so going on record to writ, "Israel exploits queer rights to project a progressive, queer-friendly image of itself. But in its unrelenting assault on civilians, it contradicts its avowal of being a beacon of queer rights and human rights more broadly." Over the course of 12 days in June, around 1,000 Iranians were killed by Israeli forces. I should say massacred. By comparison, a mere 28 Israelis have been killed by Iran in the same time frame. The IDF, for the Israeli Defense Forces, has also bombed Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen over the last few months. This is all in addition to Israel's ongoing genocide in Palestine, where military operations have killed tens of thousands of people, almost exclusively all women and children, since October 7th of 2023. The exact body count of the Evin bombing continues to grow by the day. Doctors and nurses in the hospital ward, as well as at least one young child, were also killed in the Israeli attack. I should again say massacre. We may never know all the names and even the identities of the dead, as the Iranian government has subsequently cracked down on families speaking out about lost loved ones. If any trans prisoners survived, it's not immediately clear where they will be placed, in solitary, with other inmates, or with what gender, nor do we know whether they will stay in Tehran or be transferred to somewhere farther away. On this side of the world, after a deadly blast killed 7, a bomb squad raided an inner Richmond home of devastating Pyrotechnics. That's the actual name of the company, believe it or not, in a multi-agency warrant. This is a follow-up to what Holly and I were discussing per the story that was brought to my attention originally by Brendan Zogit. Law enforcement officers from multiple agencies served a warrant yesterday at 477 2nd Avenue in San Francisco. The registered business addressing of Devastating Pyrotechnics Limited Liabilities Company exactly 1 week after the deadly explosion at the company's Esparto warehouse killed 7 workers. My Thong or Hall brother, my Tongster or gang brother Beaver, personally observed officers from multiple agencies on scene yesterday afternoon, including personnel from the Yolo County Sheriff Crime Scene Investigation Unit, SFPD, or San Francisco Police Department, and from the capital of the state of California, Sacramento Sheriff's Bomb Squad. 12 officers wearing Sacramento Sheriff's Bomb Squad shirts were observed in an unmarked car, and there may have been additional agencies involved. When asked for details, a San Francisco Police Departmental officer told my gang brother, "It's just a warrant, nothing dangerous to the neighborhood," but declined to provide additional information. The warrant came as federal and state investigators continue examining the circumstances surrounding the July 1st explosion. Well, we'll call it the big blowout of their fireworks, their pyrotechny test in Esparto, as reported by ABC 10, I think was where Brendan Zogit had originally gotten his information from, that destroyed a fireworks storage facility and left 7 people dead. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, Devastating Pyrotechnics, again, that is the actual name of the fucking company. The owner, Kenneth Chi, who is, of course, obviously Chinese, was denied federal licensing by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, raising questions about the company's legal authorization to operate at all. Representative for Devastating Pyrotechnics from the law offices of attorney Douglas Horngrad is recorded as having stated, "While an investigation is pending, we will have no comment." This brings us all to some company background and licensing issues, obviously. Business records show...
Wait, now did this company also explode?
Devastating Pyrotechnics LLC owned the Yolo County facility that blew up and killed those 7 people.
Oh.
Yeah. But its headquarters...
Okay, but this is another... Okay, is in Richmond.
Its headquarters is in San Francisco. San Francisco.
Wow.
Richmond District,
okay. Now I'm understanding better.
Yeah, it's some Chinese guy in San Francisco that owns it in the Richmond District.
Because it doesn't make sense. That's where fireworks come from. Ain't nobody making fireworks in America.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's an Asian American, obviously, with a name like Kenneth Chi. But
with connections.
Yeah, with connections. Yeah, true. Yeah, truly. Yeah.
I mean, they get them by the container.
Yeah. Well.
That's what we used to do in Oakland. The Chinese barber would hook up the neighborhood. Everybody throw in $100 and get the real shit.
Oh, yeah.
That was on New Year's. Oakland does New Year's, not 4th of July.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean,
the city used to do 4th of July.
Yeah, there we are.
It's a New Year's thing in Oakland, and that's what was done.
Oh, yeah.
For decades.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
So,
yeah.
Chinese barber, he's your guy.
Yeah. There you go. Don't even remind me. You're causing me some post-traumatic stress disorder from the security contracts I served in Acorn Projects during those fireworks massacres. Yeah,
I was in Jingletown.
There we are. Yeah. So business records show Devastating Pyrotechnics LLC was established in 2013 with Kenneth Chi as the registered agent at the 2nd Avenue address in, again, Richmond District of San Francisco. The company, which KTVU reported, described itself as the only local pyrotechnic company in Northern California and one of the largest fireworks importers in the Western United States. Provided.
There you go.
Yes.
Importers.
Yes.
Container ships.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Imagine if one of those went off at sea. Imagine being on that boat. Jesus Christ. At any rate, they provided fireworks displays for cities, including San Jose, St. Helena, and Chico, California, which is, for those of you who don't know, one of the most famous party schools in planet Earth. If you ever see those films like Fast Times at Ridgemont High or what was it, Animal House, I mean, they're inspired by Chico State in California. However, the San Francisco Chronicle reported that she was denied a federal explosives license due to a 1998 felony conviction for assault with a firearm. Now, under federal law.
Damn, he's got connections. He's been getting. I mean, he's been making money, like insanely money.
Well, he's gonna be spending it all now.
Drug dealer level of money.
Yeah, he's gonna be spending it all now on legal defenses.
He's the guy.
Yeah.
For fireworks, city fireworks all the way to Jersey.
Well, why do you think my gang brother was in the area to see it all go down, honey? At any rate.
With no employees.
What's that?
To speak of, except for the poor, with hardly any employees to speak of, except for the 7 poor guys up in the warehouse in the woods.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have them anymore, does he? They blew up. Oh. Yeah, they're sky high now. They're raining down from the clouds.
He doesn't need any though.
Yeah, hardly. Not anymore.
Just trucks.
Yeah. Well, under federal law, individuals with convictions like Kenneth Chi has, felony conviction for assault with a firearm, they're barred from holding explosives permits under federal law. Now, despite this, Chi obtained state licenses through California's Office of the State Fire Marshal, highlighting what, well, I'll say experts called a significant regulatory gap. By the way, the expert in question, you all know who he is, my gang brother Beaver in this case.
Was the conviction in California, for God's sake?
I don't know that particular detail, but I believe
New York or something.
We can assume it's
That's
California.
Hilarious.
We can assume it's California. Yeah.
God.
At any rate.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm not sure. But anyhow, so again, for those of you just tuning in, I'm describing a deadly warehouse explosion investigation. And we got hearts from dear Veronica Bartonelli. Love you dearly, honey. Let me make sure to give her a kiss before I go on. And we'll continue with indulging myself, which Amy Como says she appreciates the fact that I come from a very localized perspective at times. She enjoys that and likes me going on about California. At any rate, the Esparto facility explosion occurred Tuesday evening, as dated the first day in July, at a warehouse on agricultural property owned by Yolo County Sheriff's Lieutenant Sam Machado.
Oh, God. You've got connections up the wad, up the ass. God.
CBS.
Paying.
Yeah.
Jesus.
For those of you who don't know, fireworks are just as illegal as firearms in the state of California. They're, especially in San Francisco and Los Angeles. Oh, my fucking God. At any rate, now, CBS Sacramento reported that the facility I'm discussing was not permitted to store fireworks in Esparto. And that's, of course, according to county officials. Of course, when you're storing them in the local county sheriffs.
Oh, shit. What What a twisted web we weave. Boy, oh boy. In plain sight. I mean, it's all hanging out there.
No wonder he felt so self-confident. I mean, no wonder he didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I got the YOLO sheriff in my pocket.
Yeah.
As long as the place doesn't blow up, right? Everything will be fine. And I guess it would be.
Oh, man. Now, the San Francisco Chronicle has reported that all 7 victims have now been located. And by that, I presume they mean that whatever body parts fell back down from the sky.
Scraped up.
Yeah, as Holly described it, broken teeth and various other fingernails and shit. Now, these include... now, obviously, the names will not surprise you.
Oh, man.
Jesus Ramos, 18 years of age. A 22-year-old Johnny Ramos. As I said, this one poor mother lost all 3 of her sons in this. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Junior Melendez, who's 28 years.
It was the only job in town. What were they going to do?
So true.
There ain't no more jobs in YOLO County than there is in Vermont, guaranteed.
That's true. And because they were working...
Except swinging meth.
There you go. And because they were working with fireworks in a sheriff's facility, no one was going to send ICE after them, is what they figured. Another identified victim was 41-year-old Carlos Rodriguez, probably the old man among them. The explosion also injured 12 people and forced cancellations of at least a dozen 4th of July displays that the company had been contracted to provide across Northern California. So this fucked it up for everybody. You know, everybody went without fireworks because of this.
And the timing's interesting, like the day before 4th of July or something.
It was 1st of July. 1st of July, yeah, just 72 hours, yeah.
Waited right up till the end, get all those contracts signed.
Yeah.
And then blow it up.
Yeah, yeah. Now,
however, unless this was just some negligence or randomness.
Yeah, I'd hate to think that one of these poor saps lit up a cigarette. Yeah, that would be, that would be straight out of Zoolander and shit. I don't assume that, but
I wouldn't either.
Yeah,
but it could be just a horrible, dangerous facility. I mean, they got the hot water heater next to a bank of stuff. You know?
Oh, honey. I mean, yeah.
With the gas flame.
I can only imagine. We can only speculate. It's probably something. It
Rats chewing and.
Oh God, yeah. Squirrels. Rats, squirrels. Anything that would be gnawing through that shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. At any rate, there's been some similar regional enforcement actions. The San Francisco warrant comes amid heightened scrutiny of explosives violations across the Bay Area. San Francisco police recently seized hundreds of illegal fireworks from a stolen U-Haul, while NBC Bay Area reported San Jose police conducted raids that yielded more than 3,300 pounds of illegal fireworks and improvised explosive devices. At that point, we're beyond fireworks. We're talking about literal fucking terrorist bombs at this fucking point. Now, my hall brother, my Tongster gang brother Beaver, previously reported on South San Francisco police discovering over 5,000 pounds of illegal fireworks in February, estimated at $300,000 in street value. As reported by ABC7, these enforcement actions reflect broader concerns about illegal explosives trafficking in my region. And as for the legal implications, federal explosives violations carry severe penalties under ATF regulations. ATF guidelines state that operating without proper federal licensing can result in fines up to $250,000 United States dollars. That ain't shit. That's nothing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's really going to hurt him.
Yeah. And imprisonment up to 5 years. That, too, is like pretty... that's pretty lenient. That's pretty, I mean, no one wants to go.
Hell yeah, and they'll probably put you out in 6 months.
Yeah, whoa, God, prisons are full. And at any rate, the agency requires comprehensive background checks and prohibits anyone with certain criminal convictions from obtaining explosives licenses. Federal regulations also mandate specific storage requirements, distance restrictions from inhabited structures, and detailed record keeping for all explosives materials. Violations of these requirements can trigger multi-agency investigations, including ATF, the state fire marshals, and local law enforcement. Devastating pyrotechnics is, and again, I'm referring to the company here. That's not a descriptive on my part. That's their fucking name. I mean, really? Really? It's like, what was on his mind? What was on this guy's mind when he named his company? It's like...
the gun charge probably came from him cementing his grip on the U.S. fireworks industry.
Yeah.
They don't say it was a 22, you know.
That's right. Holy.
You know, he had an AR.
But,
count on it.
Yeah.
He hosed him down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And their website. They have a website. Devastating Pyrotechnics' website currently displays only a statement directing inquiries to Attorney Douglas Horngrad at 1-415/397-9509. You can write that in every toilet you want. I couldn't give a shit. I myself have since...
Damn, I wish I could have seen that website on June 30th.
Yeah. Oh, it was burning then. Oh, honey, it was glowing with, hey, we're raring to go. You know, they were rolling.
Oh, you know it.
They were rolling.
Rolling.
Yeah.
That's big money.
With cities. Yeah, we're contracted by city mayoralty and shit. Mayoralties were contracting them. Yeah, so... Holy fucking shit. I myself have since reached out to the San Francisco Police Department, who directed any and all inquiries to the Yolo County Sheriff. Team Dietrich will update the situational status with any comments from the Yolo County Sheriff's Department, which I don't expect there to be any. At any rate.
No, oh boy.
I did ask.
No jail on his horizon.
Yeah, I did ask about the sheriff's facility. Hey, about that sheriff's property that you guys had all this shit on.
Right.
And the fact that he was hiring illegals, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that...
Were they all Mexican?
They were, honey, they were, we'll just call it Team Brown. Yeah, it was the men in brown.
Okay.
They were all the men in brown that were up there.
Yeah.
And
see, it's Vermont all over again up there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And as the world burns, is Trump insane or fucking what? Now, just in the last 48 to 72 hours, Donald Trump attacked all these people and organizations, threatening them with all types of repercussions, from losing their jobs to being eaten alive by alligators. And that's just normal in America now. The mass media
Douglas,
machine...
let me interject one thing here.
Yeah.
That picture I saw of the inside of one of those tents, okay?
Yeah.
It was, you saw the racks, countless, down along, you know, in this huge tent. But there was no, you know, it was open air.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so what do you got then? Is the place surrounded inside the tent by full guys in full technical gear and ARs to keep order?
I have no idea.
How are you going to keep order?
Yeah, with the pictures that I saw, it just looks like, you know, a landing strip that in the middle of the Everglades that they just built this shit on. It's like
yeah, it's like a Boy Scout camp.
Yeah, it's except that
or a barracks. It's like a barracks.
Yeah, except everybody's handcuffed to their beds.
Oh my God!
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That must be because it's supposed to be just temporary on your way to Sudan.
Yeah.
Or El Salvador.
Yeah.
That's the good news, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, that Buckley is as savage as any MS-13 that ever lived.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And believe me, honey, thank you for that. All I can say is look, I'll give what information that I can recollect, but it's definitely, just don't wind up there yourself. That's all we're, recommending. We have, life's hard enough. Yeah, as I said, the mainstream mass media machine doesn't even strudge anymore. They just amplify the threat and switch to the next one. When visiting, when he was visiting newly built Alligator Auschwitz, allegedly constructed in a record 8 days, Trump was asked how long detainees will be staying there. He got confused and began talking about himself. So the question was, is there an expected time frame that detainees will stay here? Days, weeks, month? Then Trump, I'm going to spend a lot. This is my home state. I love it. I'll spend a lot of time here. Like he was going to move in. Now this
He'll be right next door.
Jacking off, no doubt.
And didn't the Supreme Court just say let her rip?
Oh, yeah.
Like yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And tell us what you know about that before I get back into it.
It was too hideous to consider.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of but
Oh, they're glitching you, honey. Oh, they're glitching you.
Certainly.
Yeah.
It sounded like he was being encouraged to carry on.
He was. Okay, we heard that
by
part.
the top court.
Yeah, we heard that part.
Yeah, that's it on that.
Yeah,
okay.
and that's important. It's important to emphasize that because he is. That's part of
And now there's nothing to stop him.
That's right.
There's nothing to stop him.
No, he's effectively a dictator. He is effectively a dictator of the United States now. But as for his moment of cognitive decline, this happens all the time. Trump talks like a 9-year-old who never read a book in his fucking life. The level of derangement and angry lies antisocial, as I call his Truth Social, his lies antisocial outbursts are accelerating. The degree of groveling by his underlings required to pacify him would put Kim Jong-un to shame. Undoubtedly, the American imperial journey from the Federalist Papers to having a cantankerous geezer dismantling the mightiest empire in the world will be studied closely by future historians. And it's uncanny. Many of the Declaration of Independences, I can't even get it out. Many of the Declaration of Independence's grievances against King George III apply to Donald John Trump. When Thomas Jefferson was writing the Declaration of Independence in the weeks leading up to the 4th day in July of 1776, he wanted to not only rely on just maniloquent, grandiloquent Enlightenment ideals to justify the case for separation from Great Britain. His aim was also to present a foregone indictment of King George III, to prove that the royal was a tyrant and that he in Parliament had forfeited their right to rule the Americans by breaking their own laws and trampling on the rights of their people. This is why about half of the Declaration is a list of 27 specific grievances lodged against the king and his regime. 1,249 years later, any and all of these grievances apply to the mad reign of Donald Trump. Allow me to articulate, with the help of the Blood Boys in terms of gathering some points, how the clinically insane Trump stacks up against the character-assassinated king. Now, you're going to hear me do a Thomas Jefferson voice every time I read one of his points off. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. Now, this grievance refers to the king refusing to approve laws passed by the colonies. Trump used, or rather, I should say, abused his veto power a few times during his first presidency, and has not had to do so this year because everything's just simply fucking gone his way. Everybody's bent over, spread their ass cheeks, and said, "Fuck me, Donald." But he's shown his disregard for Congress by simply ignoring existing laws. The Elon Musk-led dodgy attack on the government violated numerous laws, including those governing privacy and data. Trump paid no heed to the War Powers Resolution when he launched a military attack on Iran. He illegally impounded funds approved by Congress. He has misinterpreted the International Emergency Economic Powers Act and Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to claim powers not afforded to the president. Legal experts have said that Trump's firing of inspectors general and commissioners of independent government commissions is illegal, though some of these cases are still being litigated in the courts. He has also issued an executive order to end birthright citizenship, which is enshrined in the Constitution. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. Now, Trump's Medicaid-cutting, deficit-busting, multi-billionaires, enriching tax and spending mega bill tried to prevent state legislatures from passing specific laws with a provision that would ban states from enacting measures to relegate, or I should say regulate, AI for the next 10 years, by which time AI would have taken over the fucking world. That piece was stripped out on Tuesday of Yester Septimania, the second workday of last week. He threatened to withhold federal funds from the state of Maine if it did not ban transgender girls from participating in women's sports, which, according to Governor Janet Mills, would entail the state violating its own state law. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them, and formidable to tyrants only. Trump threatened to deny disaster relief to my own Golden State nation of California if we did not abandon our legislative independence and change our water policies to Trump's liking. He also threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City should the Democrat Zoran Mamdani win the mayoral race and enact laws or policies Trump opposes. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. The so-called Department of Government Efficiency has moved to relocate federal agencies and repurpose their office buildings, including the United States Institute of Peace and the National Science Foundation, to make life uncomfortable for employees and officials. Watch out, Speaker Mike Johnson. Now, he has devolved, the Declaration of Independence reads, from Thomas Jefferson's own writ, he has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. Yeah, I like how they talked in the old days, manly firmness, manly firmness, like it's an erect prick or something. At any rate, Trump has not yet tried to dissolve any local governments, but Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem did state that the purpose of sending Marines and National Guard troops to Los Angeles was to, quote unquote, liberate our fair city from its elected representatives. He has refused for a long time, after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise. the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. Now, Trump has not attempted to cancel elections yet. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. Now, Trump has revealed a plan to denaturalize certain American citizens. He has imposed a new ban on migration from many nations and undone the immigration status of hundreds of thousands of people legally living in these United States. Basically, he has been attempting to keep people out, especially from nations he calls shithole countries. His misadministration has also taken steps to block foreign students from attending American colleges and universities. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. For his final report, the special counsel, Robert Mueller, produced a 187-page volume detailing Trump's efforts to obstruct justice during the Russia investigation. More recently, the Trump misadministration has faced contempt proceedings for not abiding by court orders. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. Those who serve Trump's will are more likely to be nominated to the federal branch, or should I say, the branch of government we call the federal bench. Reference the case of Emil Bove, whereby a reckless judicial nomination puts the Senate to the test. Republicans in the Senate may be on the verge of their most consequential capitulation to President Trump so far, even as we're still not past talking about the deficit-busting, big, beautiful bill. On Wednesday, as dated the 25th day in June, when the eyes of the nation were still fixed on the Middle East, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing on Trump's nomination of Emil Bove to serve as a judge on the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, which covers cases from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and the Virgin Islands. Bove is now a nation. Well, his nomination is yet another sign that Trump's second midterm is beginning. Yea, verily, 'tis still only the beginning. Very differently from his first. Just as he wants sycophants and yes-men staffing his misadministration, he's now moving towards staffing the judiciary with the same kind of person. Judges who will do whatever it takes to curry favor with a president who values fealty above all. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. See Dodge. See the new turbocharged, or should I say turbo-powered Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Reflect upon the scrubbing of multiple reports of masked and unidentified, and indeed uniformed in such a manner as to be unidentifiable, sans badges, sans patches, ICE agents who eat out the people's substance. And no, I'm not making this up. And Trump's Department of Justice is out of control. And it's not even subtle anymore. In just the last few weeks, they launched a denaturalization task force to revoke citizenship from immigrants who became Americans by choice. They sued the city of Los Angeles for refusing to let local police act as ICE agents. They subpoenaed journalists' private records for reporting on the misadministration. They promised to release the Epstein client list, then delivered nothing. No names, no accountability. And they're targeting Team Dietrich for doing what we've always done. And this is, again, of course, where I will put into the infinite call a screenshot that I have shared with everyone in their private messages. So I do want to remind both Holly and Heather that always take a look at your private messages on screen in Microsoft Teams. And yeah, that
Private messages? How the heck do you do that?
You
I
have
get
an
private
account.
messages? Woohoo!
Yes. You have you have an account. Yeah,
I haven't gotten a private message.
No, definitely you've gotten private messages. I assure you. It's just you haven't looked at them. And you have an account because otherwise you wouldn't be able to interact with us here on the call.
Exactly.
Yeah. So trust me, you've got private messages, and if you access them, you'll find all kinds of stuff there that I've shared. And I'll probably have to share some more stuff with you. So just keep accessing it and looking at it. I'm going to go up a bit further so I can see if I can find the title of this particular screenshot that I sent. But somebody was in my Gmail, and this is quite common. They're in my Gmail.
Oh, yeah, I did get that, and I wondered about that.
Yes. Currently open in other location, and it gave it basically says we can't tell you the address of the person who's in your Gmail account right now, but this has been going on ever since I've been online.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
All those notices, and it gave no indication of where they were, who they were.
Yeah.
So what's the point? I mean, God.
Thank you.
It's still good to get a warning, I guess.
Yes, definitely. But it's funny how Google does that, but
shields the perpetrator.
Yeah, well, it's in all fairness, Google doesn't have a choice. They're a government contractor, right? So the fact that they tell you the feds are in your
classified.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
impressive.
He's pretty impressive. So all that being said,
so what do? Close your account and hide under the bed? I mean,
you just have to learn to live with it.
Jesus.
You just learn to live with the fact that that your life is not your own. So okay, so you did see that screenshot, which means you did ask your private messages, or you saw it in the infinite call.
A couple days ago.
Okay, excellent. So there we go. That's testimony to it. I would have Aristides testify to it, but he's no longer on the call. I don't know what's been going on with him lately. I hope he's okay. Our prayers for him and best wishes. So Aristides, if you're listening, let us know that you're all right. At any rate, so that being said, and verified by dear Holly, none of this is about justice. It's about punishing critics, silencing dissent, and turning the tools of government into weapons of revenge. We're not staying quiet, we're not backing down, and we're not fighting this alone. If you've already contributed, thank you. That's why we're still here. If you haven't yet, now's the time to show that this community won't be intimidated. Contribute to support Team Dietrich. And with that, of course, understand my PayPal is always on the screen. When you turn on my show, look at the screen, PayPal's there. So Aristides says, I'm good. Phone seemed to let call go on its own, listening on YouTube. Okay, thank you so much, dear Aristides. Appreciate that profoundly. And if you could be so kind, Aristides, please put the PayPal link in the chat again. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Aristides. Love you dearly. Thank you. My gratitude. So we should be getting a PayPal link from dear Vril into the chat room again on that note. And with that, we're back to the Declaration of Independence with all of its Martin Luther-like points provided by Thomas Jefferson. He has kept among us, in times of peace, standing armies, without the consent of our legislatures. Now, Trump ordered Marines and National Guard troops into Los Angeles when there was no war or insurrection, without the consent of the state legislature and over the objection of the governor and local officials. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. Trump has not yet removed the military from civilian and congressional oversight, but he has recently floated invoking the Insurrection Act, which would give him the power to deploy troops within these United States for the purpose of law enforcement. It est, in effect, declaring martial law, or rather, worse yet, ergo, enforcing martial law sans declaration. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation. Now, recently, on his social media platform, Lies Antisocial, or Truth Social as he calls it, Trump wrote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," betraying that he believes his authority supersedes the Constitution and federal laws. Trump also mass deported people to a gulag in El Salvador and then claimed they were under the jurisdiction of El Salvador and the United States had no ability to effectuate their return. Only one of the deportees that I'm aware of, Kilmar Adrego Garcia, was eventually returned for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us. Now, don't give Trump any ideas. National Guard troops sent to Los Angeles were housed in a federal building. Clearly, they needed better accommodations. He will eventually turn to you for that. Oh, thanks so much, Vril. Put that in there. Thanks. Let me say thank you, Vril. That's our man. Okay. And there we go. And here, let me put this inside of both the chat and I will put it inside of the text box. And take a look at that, Heather and Holly. Isn't that pathetic? Look at these troops sleeping on the floor of a federal building. You just want to open up your doors at home and just let them all inside so they can gang rape your grandmother to death or something. At any rate...
piss in the corners.
Yeah. Now, on the 5th day in June of 2017, The Intercept released documents on election tampering from an NSA leaker. That was, of course, where Michael Aquino was deputy director and still very much alive. Later, the arrest warrant request for an NSA contractor named, that her real name, Reality Winner. Her parents must have really wanted her to, I don't know, they must have really hated her. Her warrant was published, showing how they tracked her down because she had printed out the documents and sent them to The Intercept. The document posted by The Intercept isn't the original PDF file, but a PDF containing the pictures of the printed version that was then later scanned in. The problem is that the overwhelming majority of new printers print nearly invisibly yellow dots that track down exactly when and where documents, any document, is printed. This is why I never send anything by scanner. Anything. I don't have a scanner at home. At all. Because the NSA logs all printing jobs on its printers, it can use this to match up precisely who printed the document. It's a fingerprint in every scanner. You see, you can download the document from the original article here. And I'm going to put the link into both the chat room and the text box. And again, I encourage everyone to access this, because this talks about another very important topic when we talk about foreign people becoming involved in the American government that Jefferson was complaining about when he said King George III was allowing foreign interference in American affairs. This is a clear example of why Reality Winner was leaking what she did. As you can see, it's top secret NSA report detailing Russian hacking efforts days before the 2016 election, proving the Russians put Trump in power. You can then use this link to open that up in a PDF viewer, such as the normal preview app on macOS or macOS. Zoom into some white space on the document and take a screenshot. Now on Mac OS, hit Command-Shift-3 to take a screenshot of a window. There are yellow dots in the image you're going to get, but you will barely be able to see them, especially if your screen is dirty. Ergo, you need to highlight the yellow dots. Open the screenshot in an image editor, such as the Paintbrush program built into macOS, and then use that option to invert colors in the image to get what you need. You should see a roughly rectangular pattern checkerboard in the white space that you've taken a screenshot of if you've enlarged your original image, that you can get through linking to this article and taking their documentation and following my instructions. Now, the document leaked by The Intercept was from a printer with the model number 54, serial number 295-35218. The document was printed on May 9th of 2017 at 6:20. The NSA almost certainly has a record of who used the printer at that time. The situation is similar to how Vice outed the location of John McAfee by publishing JPEG photographs of him with the EXIF GPS coordinates still hidden in the file. Or it's how PDFs are often redacted by adding a black bar on top of an image, leaving the underlying contents still in the file for people to read, such as there was a New York Times accident with an Edward Snowden document, or how opening a Microsoft Office document, then accidentally saving it, leaves fingerprints identifying you behind, as repeatedly happened with the WikiLeaks election leaks. These sorts of failures are common with leaks. To fix this yellow dot problem, you would need to use a black and white printer, a black and white scanner, or convert to black and white with an image editor. Now, printers have 12 features put in there by the government to be evil to you. The first is that they recognize a barely visible pattern on currency so that they can't be used to counterfeit money, as betrayed by your legal $20 in tender should you ever take us the time to scan an Andrew Jackson bill. The second is that when they print things out, they include these invisible dots so documents can be tracked. Yea, verily, this code the government forces into our printers is a violation of our Third Amendment rights. Yea, so these yellow dots equate to quartering soldiers. It's forcing you to run software on behalf of the United States government. That's against the Third Amendment. Now, back to the Declaration of Independence. And my Jefferson voice again. For protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states. Now, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, recently refused to rule out ordering troops to shoot protesters. It was not an idle hypothetical. During the 2020 Black Lives Matter demonstrations, Trump raised the possibility of having soldiers shoot activists in the leg, which is just plain fucking stupid. I don't know if you have any idea what it's like to be shot anywhere. But it's not a bee sting. This isn't the movies where somebody gets shot in a limb and they're like, oh. This is real life, people. When you shoot someone in the leg, you may as well be killing them. You're going to be opening large veins that pump out blood profusely, and the person bleeds out very quickly. You may as well just go for a headshot, because at least they die quick. You shoot them in the leg, they die, but in agony. And all the while, like an animal, they're trying to rip at the source of the pain and tear their goddamn leg, arm, whatever has been shot out. Trust me, this is like an insanity to even say that. When he says that, he's simply saying you're killing them, but slowly. It's going to be pretty quick. They'll die within minutes, but to them it'll feel like hours. Anyhow, when Trump raised the possibility of having soldiers shoot activists in the legs by machine gunning crowds at the leg level, which would burst open kneecaps. That's called kneecapping, by the way. It's a terrorist technique. Cripple them for life. They'll walk like a fucking duck. His aides turned him down. Beyond which, Trump has pardoned thousands of violent January 6th rioters, some of whom were convicted of murdering law enforcement officers. Cop killers. He puts King George III to shame. Back to my Jefferson voice. For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. This parallels Trump's trade roulette. In his mental health crisis, yes, I actually pronounced that the way I wanted to, President Trump has most recently declared that he'll impose a 50% tariff on copper, matching tariffs on steel and aluminum, and hinted at a triple-digit levy on pharma manufacturers. Trump proposed draconian global tariffs that in many cases would bring trade to a halt, claiming trade deficits with countries such as Lesotho were a national emergency. Back to my Jefferson voice. For imposing taxes on us without our consent. This parallels Trump's deadline diplomacy. Tariffs are taxes. Under the Constitution, Congress has the power to impose tariffs. There was no vote in Congress to approve these tariffs. Now, President Donald Trump's trade war is back, and this time it's copy and pasted. On Truth Social this week, Trump posted 14 nearly identical letters threatening steep tariffs on a surprising and somewhat random seeming list of countries unless they cut trade deals with these United States by August 1st. The list includes the Empire of Japan and South Korea, but also Bosnia, Laos, and Tunisia. Not exactly the American Empire's biggest trade partners. So what's the play here? According to the Trump misadministration, the letters are all about fairness. According to others, this is either an opening salvo, a pressure campaign, or a geopolitical game of darts. One other likely explanation is transshipping. No, that doesn't mean shipping by people who have changed gender, I'm afraid. Experts say the countries on the list are popular detours for American imperial companies importing Chi-Com, or Chinese communist goods, a way to route around existing tariffs. So while it may look like Trump is threatening Tunisia, the real target could be the container of iPhone cases taking a long way around from Shenzhen. Plus, these smaller economies can't credibly retaliate, so they're convenient props in a broader tough-on-trade show. Float a threat, demand a deal, then push the deadline back a few weeks, which Trump already did. The original date to have all his deals completed was July 9th. Still, it's hard to ignore the chaos. The letters included typos and reused language, and at least one misidentified a foreign leader, more diplomatic Mad Libs than international strategy, like my take on ad libs there. And that may be the point. Unpredictability keeps everyone guessing. Confusion becomes leverage. Even if the policy is unclear, the branding is on message. Are the letters about cracking down on bad actors? Reasserting America's dominance? Distracting from other headlines? Announcing tariff threats buys time, builds leverage, and plays well with an America First base, all without actually doing much of anything. And the vague invitation to make a deal leaves plenty of off-ramps. Bonus points if the confusion leaves other countries wondering if they're next. Maybe the simplest answer is the right one. Trump needed a win. Fast. Back to my Jefferson voice. For depriving us, in many cases, of the benefits of trial by jury. The Trump misadministration has rounded up Venezuelan migrants and sent them to an infamous Salvadorian prison without affording them due process or even court hearings. For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Well, reference the aforesaid. Trump has mass transported people to other nations sans due process, where they don't receive trials for either real or pretended offenses. Deportees sent to the notorious Secot prison in El Salvador were locked up without trials. For abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. This was a reference to the Quebec Act of 1774, which extended Quebec's borders southward into territory claimed by American colonies and established an appointed consul instead of an elected body to govern Quebec, which freaked out colonists who saw this as a prelude to King George III imposing a similar form of government on the colonies. Trump has done something of the reverse. He told Canada he doesn't recognize the United States-Canadian border and has said he might use economic force to annex Canada, threatening the United States' second largest trading partner and most loyal ally. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. Trump has eviscerated or tried to eviscerate the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Affordable Care Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. He has undermined the independence of the Justice Department. He has attacked the judiciary. With the complicity of one political party, he has neutered the legislative branch. For suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. Trump has yet to suspend Congress. He hasn't needed to. He has abdicated, or should I say it with my Jefferson voice? He has abdicated government here. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. With at least 110 dead and 173 missing in Texas flooding. This brings us directly to the perils of the Texas flood blame game. After the Texas floods this past weekend, politicians and pundits pointed fingers at the president, at state officials, and at the National Weather Service, but hastily assigning blame comes at the risk of oversimplifying the way natural disasters work. Yesterday, the number of people reported missing in Kerr County, Texas, as a result of last week's flash floods soared. Authorities say search teams combing through the debris and destruction there are looking for more than 160 people who disappeared in the raging waters. The Sergeant Jonathan Lamb of the Kerrville Police Department said, We're going to continue to search and look to try to reunite families because that's where our focus is, on reuniting families with their missing loved ones and bringing them closure. An additional dozen people have been reported missing in other central Texas counties. The death toll from the floods also climbed to at least 110 people. To qualify, Trump has indeed abdicated his responsibility to protect Americans by denying disaster relief to states, including Arkansas with its tornadoes, North Carolina with a hurricane, West Virginia with flooding, and Washington with a windstorm. But in the immediacy, seeking to identify responsibility in the case of Texas is a distraction. In the early hours of July 4th, the Guadalupe River flooded. Heavy rainfall, enhanced by atmospheric moisture left over from a recent tropical storm, dumped water across parts of central Texas. By 6:10 a.m., a gauge in Hunt, a community in Kerr County, measured that the river had become a 37.52-foot wall of water, flowing at a rate far exceeding the average flow over Niagara Falls. A swollen Guadalupe washed away houses and highways and yanked up trees by the root. The death toll has ticked upward each day since. The latest estimate, coming in as I speak, roughly 111 people, but likely many more, includes at least 30 children. It didn't take long for the finger pointing to begin. While search and rescue operations were getting underway, at least 161 people remain missing in Kerr County alone. False claims circulated on social media that Texans received no warnings about the impending flash flood. Some state officials suggested that the National Weather Service, a federal agency responsible for issuing weather-related warnings, had not accurately forecast the severity of the rain. Experts questioned whether the Trump administration's staffing cuts to the NWS, the National Weather Service, and its parent agency, the NOAA, or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, had affected emergency response. And the speculation in turn prompted the Weather Service to release a timeline of their flood alerts. Congressional Democrats are demanding an inquiry into whether NWS staffing shortages have affected the death toll, and President Donald Trump took a swipe at Joe Biden for setting up that water situation before conceding that he couldn't blame Biden either. This is a 100-year catastrophe. Now, after a tragedy of this scale, one human impulse is to try to extract answers from the onslaught of collective grief. Another impulse can soon follow, the desire to assign blame. But that cometh at the risk of oversimplification. Alan Gerard, a retired NOAA official, recently wrote on his Substack that a common refrain in the emergency management and disaster community is that a disaster is rarely the result of one failure or event. It's more often the result of a confluence of events ungovernable by one person or one decision. Now, another name for the Guadalupe River and the surrounding area is Flash Flood Alley, which should have given everyone fair fucking warning. The region's steep terrain, rocky soil, and high levels of rainfall make their river especially prone to high water runoff. In Texas Hill Country, through which the river runs, some residents are inundated with flash flood warnings during rainy seasons. And these warnings come frequently, but usually do not materialize into any visible threat. Flash floods are among the most difficult weather events to forecast, in part because current technology simply doesn't allow us to determine where a storm will hit with exact precision and ample lead time. Cell phone reception in the area can also be spotty, meaning that the loud phone notifications for flash flooding may not come through for everyone. The NWS had communicated the threat of moderate to heavy rainfall 2 days before the 4th of July, within a 48-hour warning period of time span. Now, despite claims that the agency's local officials were understaffed, which I know for a fact they were, the new Braunfels office, which is responsible for some of the areas hit by the flood, reportedly had 5 forecasters working during the storms. On clear days, they would usually have 2. Now, your New York Times reporting did find, however, that the Trump administration's cuts left vacant a role for a warning coordination meteorologist who would have worked with local officials to plan a response. So Trump is directly responsible for criminal negligence, his neglect of the American people here. Meteorologists reviewing the NWS's alerts have repeatedly confirmed the agency's timelines. Some factors the agency's forecasters could not predict: how late in the night the river's threat would become imminent, and how fast and hard the rain would fall. Now, most of these deaths, including at least 27 children and counselors from Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp, occurred in Kerr County. The area is no longer, well, let's just say it's no stranger to the Guadalupe surges. On July 1st and 2nd in 1932, heavy rains bloated that river. Its waters crested at 36.6 feet and killed 7 people. Flash floods swept away summer camp cabins that had lined the riverbanks, including Camp Mystics, but didn't kill any campers, in large part because the river rose during the daytime, giving them notice to evacuate. On July 17th of 1987, 11 inches of rainfall near the Guadalupe's headwaters produced another flash flood. This time the river engulfed a bus and van that were evacuating the Pot of Gold camp, killing 10 teenagers. After the 1987 flood, some alarms were installed along the Guadalupe to monitor the river. But in 2017, Kerr County officials dismissed a proposal to install a flood warning system, citing the high cost after the county's bid for a $1 million grant was rejected. Earlier this year, Texas state lawmakers voted no on a bill that would have established a council responsible for an emergency response plan and a grant program for emergency communication infrastructure. The bill would have gone into effect on September 1st, and the initial cost was estimated at $500 million, a $500 million factor that many lawmakers pointed to when declining said measure. So, yes, in a sense, I'm sorry, this is what they voted for. Now, nonpartisan support for weather services is souring. Natural disasters and extreme weather have lately fueled conspiracy theories from government officials themselves. Responding to Hurricane Helene's path through majority red areas yesteryear, Representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene ominously said, "They can control the weather." Now, these events are also treated as a way to get a leg up on political opponents, a tactic fine-tuned by Trump himself, who visited Helene-ravaged Georgia ahead of Election Day and falsely claimed that the state's governor hadn't been able to reach Joe Biden because he was sleeping. Now, the specter of Trump has loomed over social media discourse and Democrats' talking points this week. He is pushing to eliminate FEMA, which distributes disaster relief funding, meaning that states will have to spend more on disaster response than they do preparedness. Again, this is a war against the people. So again, I am contextualizing this to show that I'm not saying this reflexively, that I'm not pulling this out of my ass, out of a programmed hatred, a reactive hatred of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is indeed trying to fucking kill you all. His plan for NOAA involves lopping off about 27% of its budget for the next fiscal year and eliminating federal research centers that study the weather, oceans, and climate. But that budget has yet to be approved by Congress, and so far, this year's NWS cuts don't appear to be a dominant reason behind the flash flood's high death toll, though this assessment is subject to change as more information about the flood is revealed, okay? Now, in the meantime, the blame game is a distraction. Alan Gerard, the retired NOAA official and meteorologist, has gone on record to say that he is concerned that such squabbling will turn policymakers' attention away from the real challenge. How do you prevent this from happening again? The president's 2026 proposal for NOAA's budget opens the possibility of commercializing America's weather services, an idea ripped straight from the Project 2025 playbook. Critics warn that this will result in private companies creating a play-to-play system for states that need access to crucial warnings and safety infrastructure. Corporations would reap little financial benefit from investing in the poorest rural areas of America, places that are, of course, the most highly susceptible to weather-related calamities. That's why the poor live there. Now, people tend to bank on hope as protection against natural disasters, which works until it doesn't. In other words, we keep playing a game of chance with forces indifferent to us, until we are finally reminded of the cost of losing. Speaking of which, you remember what the sentence was that started all this? Basically, Thomas Jefferson saying, he has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. Aside from all the obvious, as for waging war, Noam, Christi Noam, reference as aforecited, has threatened to abuse federal troops to take over Los Angeles. ICE troopers have terrorized communities coast to coast, critically injuring residents. Detainees have fucking died in ICE jails. And another Jeffersonian complaint. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. Now, it might not be, to start with, what Thomas Jefferson had in mind, but Trump's reversals on climate change and environmental laws and regulations will lead to the rising of the seas, despoliation and erosion of our coasts, and a hell of a lot more wildfires. All of this threatens the lives of our people in their multitudes. For we are living in the age of fire, and it's only going to get worse. Now, the hills of Louis Creek Valley are covered in lovely, towering Douglas fir, healthy evergreens climbing from the grassy meadow at the valley floor up to the ridges where the mountains meet the sky. It's lush, like much of the interior British Columbia, where densely packed conifers line the innumerable wooded valleys, the heavy cone-laden branches reaching down to the ground. Until the 1860s, I guess it's impossible really to pronounce their name, but the tribe whose name is spelled Secwepemc, which I believe is something similar to Setwet Pig. Holy fucking shit. It's just say the unpronounceable tribe, and let's try and get this by a if I can only pronounce it correctly. Let's see if we tried it. It's a very problematic name, and what I'm going to do is just see if I can, get a little something here on that.
How to pronounce this name, as well as how to say more interesting and related Native American words and names too. So make sure to stay tuned and consider subscribing for more learning. How do you say it? Secwepink.
Secwepink.
Pretty straightforward.
Secwepink. Now, the Secwepink people, who I know are the people of the Shuswap, literally the people of the land, were regularly setting this valley I've just described ablaze in the spring and in the fall, when the undergrowth could be safely burned off without the fire climbing the trunks, where they could cause a crown fire, where flames leap quickly from treetop to treetop. The valley was then a patchwork of ecosystems, with grazing land for game, berry, and mushroom patches, and healthy, diverse strands of trees. It provided food resources, and crucially, it was not vulnerable to megafires. Joe Gilchrist, a fire steward of the Secwepink peoples, and a firefighter for more than 30 years, was standing on the valley floor and looking at those beautiful trees. But what he saw first of all, was danger. And to quote his tea at length and verbatim, "It's been over 100 years since it's been illegal for indigenous people to use fire on the land. And so in that time, the trees have overgrown the area, and some of the trees have got diseased. It's gotten thicker, and the trees that have died have fallen to the ground, and branches and the needles that fall every year go onto the ground and just add to the fuel. It's just a major fire waiting to happen. Megafires just weren't possible because the forest itself was biodiverse. It wasn't one monoculture of trees that are too close together and too overaged and with lots of fuel on the ground." Well, it was similar throughout the continent. The forest in the pre-Columbian Americas was not primeval, in a wild state as is normally imagined, but carefully managed by indigenous peoples who were constantly burning. European settlers always remarked on the burning in their diaries and letters, finding it wasteful. Now experts see that they knew what they were doing. The tree rings showing scars from low-intensity fires stopped in the 19th century, when settlers took over and banned traditional burns. After the Second World War, when fire towers and water bombers increased the effectiveness of fire suppression, the forests became both safer from fire and yet ever more vulnerable as the fuel load built up. Through it all, one tree in Tobacco Plains near the Montana border had survived 52 fires. We know this because the professoress, Laurie Daniels, directress of the University of British Columbia's Center for Wildfire Coexistence, has been matching fire scars on tree rings with indigenous oral history and finding evidence of the repeated low-scale burning before the colonial era. To quote she, between 65% and 85% of the trees that we see in the forest today came in when indigenous fire stewardship stopped. So beautiful, green, forested British Columbia, the dense forests that we see as blankets across the hill slopes, by far the majority of those trees are on those mountains because they have not burned with a surface fire for decades to a century. Now, the gorgeous wooded slopes in British Columbia and much of North America exist because we romantically yearned for Edenic wildlands. What that thinking produced is dangerous fuel loads. Because of the effectiveness of modern fire suppression, the amount of fuel has been steadily increasing for decades. And because of climate change, it is much the drier. The result is a terrible new normal, with immense, out-of-control wildfires now regularly turning massive swaths of the boreal belt around the top of the world to charcoal. The boreal ecosystem, the wilderness areas of evergreens between the deciduous woodlands to the south and the tundra to the north, makes up almost a third of the planet's forest land. It is a vital economic and ecological zone and a crucial storehouse of carbon, or it used to be. In 2023, more than 6,000 fires ravaged 37 million acres of land in Canada alone, scorching a landmass the size of Montana and poisoning the air as far away as Atlanta. Last year was not as bad, but it was still terrible, and worse in Russia, where almost 22 million acres were burnt. This season started badly in Canada. Many zombie fires had overwintered, smoldering beneath the snow. One fire overwintered for 2 years in a row. That's a grim new first. They broke out early in a hot, dry spring, forcing the evacuation of towns and villages across the country, leaving a pall of smoke across the land. By the end of May, there were hundreds. More than 90 were out of control, meaning firefighters had decided they were just too big to fight. About 40,000 people, mostly indigenous, were ordered out of their homes, some flown south, others making long, harrowing car journeys through smoky woods. On June 2nd, residents fled the smoking Saskatchewan town of Rorszá after a fire breached the airport where crews were working. The next day, much of the town of Denari Beach burned, while heartbroken residents watched remotely on doorbell cams. Natural variations in weather mean some years are worse than others, but the trend line is clear. Because our climate is burning, the fire season starts sooner and ends later. In fact, there really is no season, it's all year round. There is more fuel, and it is drier. And lightning, which starts many of these fires, is now striking further north than in the past. Some forests have been made doubly vulnerable by climate change-induced pest infestations. The fires are all the more dangerous and all the more damaging than they used to be. They burn hotter, creating their own weather. Towering I think it's called pyrocumulonimbus storms. Pyrocumulonimbus storms. These are supermassive, hellish fire tornadoes. Flaminados that throw flaming trees through the air like toothpicks and generate thousands of lightning strikes in their vicinity, sparking ever more fires like a vengeful djinn. The fires now grow so quickly that veteran firefighters are often shocked by their behavior. They jump lakes and rivers, sending burning embers up to 3 miles through the air. So far, there have been comparatively few casualties, but veteran firefighters know it is only a matter of time. In 2016, a fire near Fort McMurray, a city of 100,000 people in northern Alberta, moved so fast that officials were forced to order an emergency evacuation and surrender much of the town to the blaze. It was only because so many of the young and hardy residents had safety training from the oil industry that there were not mass casualties. The fire at Fort McMurray was a bitterly ironic wake-up call. It highlighted the new danger of the fast-moving mega-fires to northern towns and put a spotlight on the underlying reason for the new danger. Fort McMurray is a bustling city only because of the vast bitumen mining operations there, where the world's most carbon-intensive oil is boiled out of tarry sand. Canada's forests, which make up 8.5% of all global forest area on Earth, were once a crucial storehouse of carbon, but because of the fires, they have been a net carbon emitter since 2001. The fires of 2023 released 647 million metric tons of carbon, more than the total annual emissions of South Korea that year. The fires are so hot that they are burning off the topsoil in some places, which means some land that was treed will come back as savanna, grasslands, which do not store as much carbon. And the news will only get much worse. Many of the trees in northern Canada spring from permanently frozen peat bogs, which contain enormous quantities of carbon. As the climate burns and that permafrost melts, it becomes susceptible to fire, posing a horrifying climate risk. Massive, unfightable northern fires spewing enormous quantities of carbon into the atmosphere, which will push Earth past a climate tipping point that, once crossed, will cause a spiral effect of endless burning. Mike Flanagan, who has been studying wildfires as long as Joe Gilchrist has been fighting them, is scared. In 1985, Flanagan gave his first talk predicting that climate change would lead to bigger fires. Audiences were skeptical, but he was confident that he was right. In 1991, he published a paper in the Canadian Journal of Forest Research predicting a 46% increase in annual area burned when the amount of carbon in the atmosphere doubled from pre-industrial levels, which measured 280 ppm, or parts per million. In 1991, when the atmospheric carbon levels measured 355 ppm, 2.5 million acres burned in Canada. This year, the level of CO2 is 427 ppm, 10 million acres burnt by the 1st of July. Flanagan confirms that we are living in the Pyrocene, the age of fire, a conclusion first drawn from the Arizona environmental historian Stephen J. Pine. By burning so much coal and oil, we have changed the climate and can no longer control the processes. What Flanagan finds the most disquieting is that his models were far too conservative, and that the only thing that might stop the terrifying processes that humans ourselves have set in motion, well, there's only one thing. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, we, the modelers, have done pretty well with getting the temperature increases, but the impacts from those temperatures increases has been grossly underestimated. It's happening faster than I would have thought, and there may be surprises coming, not just for fire, but for climate change, surprises that catch us all off guard. Fire is always where people are. It goes with us wherever we go. But the genie is out of the bottle. Fire is now uncontrollable. And we're going to see more and more fire and more catastrophic fire. It's not a steady state. It's not normal. We're on a downward trajectory. Sometimes I say we're in Dante's circle of hell. I don't know which circle we're on, but I know which way we're going. The bottom line, until we deal with greenhouse gases, fossil fuel burning, we're going to continue to burn, and we're going to continue to see more fire. Again, the only one thing that might stop the terrifying processes that humans ourselves have set in motion is to deal with greenhouse gases, fossil fuel burning. Now, our dear Holly says, on a call, back soon, magnificent analysis. Thank you so much, honey. Let's take a look if there's still a call on. The call ended because Heather dropped and then Holly dropped, so she's going to have to call back. Okay, you will have to call me back. Call me back when ready. There we are. Okay. And here we are. Press see all. All right. With that, I'll go back to Troy Bellamy says, listening before bed. Good night, Dietrich. Most blessed be. Troy Bellamy. And now, back to my Jefferson voice in a second with Jefferson's other complaint. Now, this is Thomas Jefferson speaking. We'll get back to Dietrich in a moment. Tommy Jeffy Boy says, he is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy of the head of a civilized nation. Well, in 2020, Trump pardoned 4 Blackwater contractors who were convicted in the 2007 Niẓed Square massacre in Baghdad, Iraq. This misaction drew condemnation from the United Nations and human rights organizations, who argued it violated international law. And Trump has indicated he's open to the idea of abusing private military forces for his mass deportation crusade. Eric Prince, founder of the private military company Blackwater, was a supporter of Trump's 2016 campaign. Prince has pitched proposals to the Trump misadministration to abuse private military contractors in various capacities, including operations against Houthi rebels in Yemen and a plan for mass deportations deploying private forces. The mass deportation plan involves processing camps on military bases, a fleet of 100 planes, and a small army of private citizens empowered to make arrests. This plan is estimated to cost 25 billion United States dollars and aims to deport 12 million people before the 2026 midterms. Fiscal critics have raised concerns about the potential legal and operational challenges of such a plan. Now, here comes a very interesting complaint from Thomas Jefferson about King George III. He has constrained our fellow citizens, taken captive on the high seas, to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. Consider Trump's deep-sea mining support. Greenpeace Australia Pacific condemned Trump's support for deep-sea mining, labeling it piracy in policy, and criticizing his misadministration and the metals company's willingness to bypass internationally agreed regulations. Beyond insinuation, there be Trump's deep-sea mining executive order in writ. An executive order issued by President Trump supporting deep-sea mining in both federal and international waters drew criticism for violating international law, as the United States is not a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, a treaty regulating maritime activities. And not being signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea enables Trump's armed piracy on the high seas, whereby, after creating a crisis in relations with Iran by blaming Iran for drone strikes that damaged Saudi oil production, the United States itself became a high-tech Blackbeard. Now, the drone attack on Saudi Arabian oil facilities on the 14th day in September of 2019 was already jolting the entire Middle East, and at the time was but the latest incident in a months-long battle between the Trump misadministration and Iran. Yemen's Houthi movement claimed credit for the devastating attack that shut down half of Saudi Arabia's oil production. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo blamed Iran for the attack, while Iran categorically denied it. Let's not forget that the Trump misadministration started this low-level war by withdrawing from the Iran nuclear accord. The United Nations Security Council voted unanimously to ratify the agreement, so the United States itself stands in violation of United Nations resolutions and international law. At the same time, in almost forgotten incidents, the powers that be in Washington, District of Columbia, were reviving piracy on the high seas. For 3 preceding months, the Trump misadministration had subverted the law, instigated an armed ship seizure, and tried to bribe a ship captain in order to seize an Iranian oil tanker in the Mediterranean. The United States of America has become a high-tech pirate empire. On the 4th of July of that year, as I said, we're talking back in 2019, 30 British Marines stormed an Iranian oil tanker anchored off the coast of Gibraltar, a British colony located on the southernmost tip of Spain. United Kingdom and Gibraltar authorities, acting on behalf of the Trump misadministration, claimed the ship was violating European Union sanctions by planning to deliver crude oil to Syria. Those authorities had to bend themselves into pretzels to legally rationalize the seizure because the misaction, in fact, involved multiple violations of international law. In retaliation, Iran seized British and United Arab Emirates oil tankers and, held them hostage for many months thereafter. How did this mess begin? Well, because they were making it up as they go along. When the United States engages in piracy, it tries to make it look legal. The ship seizure near Gibraltar was clearly planned in Washington, as revealed by the Spanish daily El País. The Conservative government in Great Britain at the time, even before the ascension of Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, willingly participated in Trump's tanker takeover. Based on American Imperial Intelligence, Gibraltar and British authorities claimed the ship was violating EU sanctions against Syria. A careful reading of those sanctions, however, revealed that they prohibit exporting oil from Syria, not delivering oil to Syria. It also turns out that Gibraltar had no law allowing the seizure of ships under the European Union sanctions. So on July 3rd, Gibraltar changed its regulations in order to legalize the seizure the following Independence Day. Significantly, no EU country voiced support for the USUC piracy. USUC being the acronym for United States, United Kingdom, in case you did not know. They use it on such combined actions. Like, well, it really delivers the message. It's their brand. You suck. Now, on the 7th day of July in 2019, Carl Bildt, former Swedish Prime Minister and thereafter co-chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations, tweeted, "The legalities of the UK seizure of a tanker heading for Syria with oil from Iran intrigues me. One refers to EU sanctions against Syria, but Iran is not a member of EU, and EU as a principle doesn't impose its sanctions on others. That's what the US does." I couldn't do a Swedish accent with that because, Swedes they're almost impossible. What is it? It's like, instead of "have you any eggs," it's "if you any eggs, if you any eggs." That's That's horrible, too. No, I can't get it. But then there was the bribery and chicanery. Brian Hook, the State Department's point man on Iran sanctions, emailed the Iranian ship's captain offering him several $1 million if he would send the tanker to a port where it could be seized on behalf of Washington. Like a swaggering buccaneer of old, Hook offered a cash reward followed by a threat. In an email published by the Financial Times of London, Hook wrote, "With this money, you can have any life you wish and be well off in old age. If you choose not to take this easy path, life will be much harder for you." When the captain, who was an Asian Indian national, did not respond to his email, the Trump misadministration applied unilateral sanctions upon him. I mean, imagine being personally sanctioned for refusing to take a bribe from Captain Hook in the United States Department. This is like, I can't make this shit up. Meanwhile, the United States had secretly launched a cyber attack on the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, allegedly disabling key computer systems. Unnamed senior U.S. officials boasted to the New York Times that the cyber attack degraded Iran's ability to disrupt civilian shipping. But it apparently did nothing to stop Iran from seizing a British oil tanker, the Stena Impero, in the Strait of Hormuz on the 19th day in July of 2019. An Iranian official admitted the Stena Impero was seized in response to the taking of the Iranian tanker. On the 16th day in September of 2019, Iran seized a UAE, or United Arab Emirates tanker, carrying what it described as smuggled diesel. The Mediterranean had even then returned to the buccaneering days of old. If a country seizes one of your ships, you seize 12 of theirs. Well, shiver me timbers. Well, on August 16th of that year, Gibraltar ignored a last-minute American imperial legal plea and released the Iranian ship. On August 26th, the ship was sold to an unrevealed buyer and renamed the Adrian Darya 1. Peg-leg Trump and his hardy band of pirates then proceeded to threaten oil brokers and port authorities throughout the region not to allow the oil to be unloaded. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said, "We've made clear anyone who touches the tanker, anyone who supports it, is at risk of receiving sanctions from the United States." Remember that there is no legal authority whatsoever for Pompeo's threats other than the unilateral United States sanctions, and that are themselves a violation of United Nations Security Council resolutions. Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear agreement, which the United Nations Security Council had passed unanimously, and was thus violating international law. On September 15th, the Iranian Foreign Ministry announced that the Adrian Darya offloaded its cargo at an unnamed Mediterranean port, while Western countries claim that country was Suraya. The British-flagged oil tanker, Stena Impero, was released by Iran on September 27th of 2019. More recently, a Chevron-chartered oil tanker, the Marshall Islands flagged Advantage Suite, seized by Iran in April of 2023, was reported released on July 10th of 2024 and subsequently anchored near the UAE, or United Arab Emirates coast. In the days of old, pirates fired cannon and boarded ships with cutlasses clamped in their teeth. Today, the Trump misadministration does it with cyber attacks and stopping wire transfers. Iran has the right to ship its oil to willing buyers. Denying that right is piracy, pure and simple. So, yes, Trump answers to yet another complaint Jefferson had against King George III, as if he were a monarch himself. Finally, Jefferson's last complaint against King George III. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. That's so offensive, I've got to read that twice. Thomas Jefferson. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. Now, the second part of this grievance of Thomas Jefferson against King George III sounds like a comment Trump might post on Truth Social, but the first part is something Trump actually did on the 6th day in January of 2021. These are frightening and depressing times. But remember, although it takes one authoritarian to establish a police state, it takes just 3.5% of a population to topple him and end it. Because this isn't a sideshow, it's a hostile takeover. Musk wants to amplify lies and crush the truth. Trump wants to jail critics and silence judges. The rest of us suffer as our democracy is tattered to shreds. It's all ever since Elon Musk has gone nuclear. The world's second richest man after Vladimir Putin, and the President of the United States, the second most powerful man in the world after Xi Jinping, are now openly fighting. The bromance between President Donald Trump and First Buddy Elon Musk, once forged in a shared pursuit of power and influence, is well and truly over. But theirs was a toxic relationship rooted in dominance and ruthlessness, which was always destined for collapse. Mr. Musk looks like the more vulnerable of the trois pugilists, Elon Musk's net worth having dropped by $34 billion after his feud with Trump. Elon Musk just picked a fight he cannot win. When business titans and political leaders fall out, global autocracies show that the multi-billionaires almost always lose. The widely predicted breakup of Elon Musk and American Imperial President Donald Trump has finally and inevitably come to pass. Having recently departed his role as de facto head of DOGE, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, the techno-multi-billionaire began to criticize Trump's subsidy-filled budget bill, kicking off a war of words on social media and a resulting political firestorm. What follows is likely to be a messy and vengeful separation that will do damage to the reputations of both men and the United States as a whole. But ultimately, this will be a lopsided fight in which the multi-billionaire and his business empire, not Trump's misadministration, will suffer most. Musk is about to learn a broader lesson that extends far beyond American imperial politics. Corporate interests often wield unhealthy and outsized influence in global autocracies. Yet from communist China under the totalitarian Xi Jinping to Russia under the monomaniacrat Vladimir Putin, to India under the authoritarian, or I should call him auto-authoritarian, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a common pattern emerges. When business titans and political leaders fall out, it is the former who lose. Put another way, Musk picked a fight that he almost certainly can never win. At the start of the year, I argued via critical omissions that speculation about a likely split between Trump and Musk missed a wider point about what they might achieve by working together. In the end, their partnership lasted longer and had greater influence than many detractors predicted. The vandalism that Dodgy meted out to the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, alone, would have been enough to cement Musk's dubious legacy in the annals of government deform. I refuse to use the word reform here, since it's anything but. More troubling, even in his relatively brief tenure, was the alarming precedent that he set by undermining the basic functions of many American imperial institutions, sending teams into government departments, almost certainly illegally, without appropriate oversight. Musk's actions during his time in government reflected a brand of tech bro Maoism, in which existing institutions are viewed as so fundamentally inefficient and corrupted that regular reform is impossible. Only purging and rebuilding can work, echoing the communist Chinese dictator Mao Zedong's concept of continuous revolution, which again was something promoted by Thomas Jefferson in a proto-Maoism. Much like the early stages of the Cultural Revolution, the Musk upheaval was often led by youthful zealots, his own Red Guard, if you will, delivering reforms, or I should say deforms, that were designed largely to remove ideological resistance to Trump rather than anything resembling actual government efficiency. In the long run, however, a messy divorce seemed inevitable between trois socio-psychotics afflicted by magnomegalomania, a pathological state characterized by fantasies of power and omnipotence. Such delusions are not uncommon among the global multi-billionaire class, of course, but it is at least worth pointing out how this unedifying spectacle will appear when viewed from Beijing, Moscow, or Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. Most likely, the Trump-Musk split will reinforce the conviction among global authoritarians that business elites must be kept tightly under state control. Seen this way, Trump's error was not bickering with Musk, but rather handing him a prominent and powerful role as a special government employee in the first place. Trump has long expressed admiration for Xi Jinping, but in allowing Musk to get so close to power, the American imperial president certainly failed to learn from the communist Chinese dictator's handling of the techno-mogul Jack Ma. In 2020, Xi moved brutally and swiftly against the Alibaba founder after he dared to criticize communist Chinese financial regulators, canceling his Ant Group's $37 billion initial public offering, or IPO, and effectively ending Ma's public influence. Other global autocrats follow similar anti-tycoon patterns. In Putin's Russia, the birthplace of modern oligarchic capitalism, moguls are deeply deferential to state power, and understandably so given the fate of those who dare to challenge the Kremlin. Jailed or exiled multi-billionaires such as Boris Berezovsky and Mikhail Khodorkovsky, they serve as permanent reminders of the cost of defiance. In India, the so-called oligarch class has grown enormously in power in recent years, embodied by figures such as Gautam Adani and Mukesh Ambani, now the two wealthiest people in Asia. Yet both remain meekly supportive of Modi and his government, careful never to go anywhere close to the lines that might invite state retribution. Perhaps no leader has been more brutal in establishing this hierarchy then Trump's new best friend in the Middle East, the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, rather than invite Saudi Arabia's commercial titans into the government, Mohammed bin Salman detained hundreds of princes and businessmen in 2017 at Riyadh's luxurious Ritz-Carlton hotel, releasing them months later after they handed over billions in cash in exchange for their freedom. None of this is to imply that modern multi-billionaires lack influence. In the United States, wealthy individuals and corporations find many avenues to power. Financial clout can be abused to support political candidates, shape legislation, and fund pet causes. But in general, wiser magnates play a longer, quieter, and more deferential game than Musk showed in his grab for direct governmental power. There is a sliver of an upside to this egoistic and bad-tempered spat brewing between Trump and Musk. After all, countries like the United States that remain nominally democratic should be run by elected political leaders, not out-of-control corporate titans. But the truth is that Musk's downfall will now most likely produce a host of more troubling consequences. A vindictive president has many tools at their disposal, including regulation and targeted tax investigations, the removal of government subsidies, and the cancellation of government contracts. From Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan Chase to Tim Cook of Apple, American Imperial chief executives will draw stark conclusions from Musk's treatment. Corporate leaders generally prefer stable institutions and the rule of law. But in the absence of that, the message is clear. Display deference to Trump. Keep your head down and kiss the puckered anal ring. In that sense, the split with Musk will likely suit Trump just fine. The ratings will be spectacular, and he has most of the best cards to play. The outcome also helps to encourage the others, as writer and philosopher Voltaire might have put it, underlining the costs of challenging presidential authority with the most prominent scalp of all. Just as Xi Jinping humbled Jack Ma, Trump's coming assault on Musk's business empire will show that concentrated, unaccountable political power ultimately triumphs over concentrated, unaccountable economic power. It's politics that makes economics, not the other way around. The American left often warns about corporate capture of the government, in which politicians serve as puppets to shadowy oligarchs, but the lesson from global autocracies shows the true danger flows in the opposite direction. When democratic institutions weaken, political leaders don't become subordinate to business elites. They subordinate businesses to themselves. Musk immediately discovered what his peers in Beijing, Moscow, and New Delhi learned long ago. When oligarchs and political power come to blows, political power trumps economic might every time, as demonstrably evinced in yet another win for Trump, wherein the Supreme Court has blocked all disclosure of dodgy operations. The Department of Government Efficiency doesn't have to turn over records and answer questions about its operations for now, as the Supreme Court thus judged on the 6th day in June, intervening in a dispute between the Trump misadministration and a watchdog group over DOJ's role in slashing federal jobs and remaking the federal government. In response to an emergency request from the misadministration, the court's conservative majority ordered a lower court to narrow the information DOJ needs to disclose. In a brief, unsigned order, the majority said, "Separation of powers concerns consul judicial deference and restraint," when directing the executive branch to hand over internal communications. The court's 3 liberal justices, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, disagreed with that decision. The watchdog group, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, said it's disappointed the court ordered changes to what Dodgy has to divulge, but is pleased their challenge will move forward. In a statement, same group said, "We look forward to continuing to litigate this case to ensure that the American people have open access to records showing how their government is being run." A federal judge had said CREW, C-R-E-W, that's the acronym for Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, is allowed to question the head of Dodgy and receive certain documents to help make its case that Dodgy must comply with the nation's premier public disclosure law. United States District Judge Christopher Cooper ruled in March that Dodgy appears to have enough independent authority that it should be subject to the FOIA or Freedom of Information Act. But he later said additional information is needed to evaluate the misadministration's claim that Dodgy is merely a presidential advisory body. Chief Justice John Roberts had previously paused Cooper's order requiring some transparency to give the justices time to consider the administration's emergency request that the order be quashed. The Justice Department argued Cooper's order turns FOIA, or Freedom of Information Act, on its head, effectively requiring disclosure before courts have definitively said Dodgy must comply with the act. In his request, the Solicitor General John Sawyer argued that could lead to opening season for FOIA requests on the president's advisors. Now, the watchdog group responded that the misadministration wants the courts to blindly yield to its characterization of Dodgy. That would give the president free rein to create entities to get around transparency laws, as CREW had forewarned the Supreme Court. Elon Musk, who launched Dodgy, has complained that people are unfairly blaming Dodgy for all problems in the Trump misadministration. In an interview with the Washington Post published on the 27th day in May, Musk, who had previously called Dodgy the most transparent organization in government ever, said, "Dodgy is just becoming the whipping boy for everything. So, like, something bad would happen anywhere, and we would get blamed for it, even if we had nothing to do with it." Now, Elon Musk himself was destined to fail in D.C. and doomed to fail with Dodgy. Now, Elon is not just hurting himself, he's hurting MAGA. Trump should immediately cancel all SpaceX, Tesla, and X contracts with the United States government. Canceling all of SpaceX's contracts, as President Trump has threatened, could leave many federal government payloads stranded on the ground. Let's face it, no one expected Trump's big, beautiful bill to be perfect. But for Elon Musk to adopt the intransigent position that the work of government should stop in its tracks in pursuit of perfection it's a manifest nonsense, especially when considering OMB Chief Russ Vought's explanation of how the bill helps reduce the deficit. Now, Musk has a habit of failing to see the wood for the trees. He's been a long-standing backer of the Communist Chinese Empire, which, of course, my own program, Critical Omissions, has reported on for years. He supported Ron DeSantis, not Donald Trump, in the primary. He recently tried to depose Brexit leader Nigel Farage. It went badly for Musk. And just, a few weeks ago, probably a month or so ago by now, lashed out at the architect of the tariffs, Dr. Peter Navarro. Now, he set his sights on the president himself, tweeting one afternoon, not too long ago, about how Trump is in the Epstein files, as if this were new information. It's not. Such petulance, however, was visible to some of us for a very long time. A while ago, the New York Times quoted one conservative, "Musk is an atheistic, amoral, CCP, meaning Chinese Communist Party aligned, unaccountable foreigner that's going to be the head of the MAGA movement at some point." Now, the sourced conservative may have been wrong about that last bit. Now Elon has very publicly severed his links with the MAGA movement, going so far as to retweet Malaysian influencer Ian Miles Cheong, who, to my shame, is ethnically Asian. Saying Trump should be impeached and replaced with J.D. Vance. Let's be honest, this is no great loss. Trump should immediately cancel all SpaceX, Tesla, and X contracts with the United States government. After all, Elon once claimed he would save United States taxpayers $2 trillion US. That figure was then revised down to $1 trillion and then to $150 billion. At last check, just 27% of these recommendations can even be verified. That is worse than failure. And he's not just hurting himself with his very public meltdown. He's harming the MAGA movement. He's harming the president of these United States. He's harming his shareholders and investors. And he's harming his fight, or the fight of all the Russo-radicalized right against the far left. For what? His amour propre. It's a pretty predictable and sad ending for Musk's short foray with the MAGA right. Good riddance as far as everyone's concerned. Republicans, be so for real. This embarrassing government is what you want it. Trump's fight with Musk reveals MAGA's biggest delusion. The dark past of Trump and Musk that made their bust-up inevitable, and Elon Musk's estranged daughter, Vivian Wilson, seems to be relishing the public fallout between her father and President Donald Trump. Understandably so, as the techno-multi-billionaire previously stated that Wilson is dead to him for coming out as trans and legally changing her name. Wilson's supposed glee at the ongoing political feud kicked off, well, the very week it started, in the form of Instagram posts that multiple media outlets captured before they expired for public viewing. Per People on, People magazine last month, Wilson said, through laughter, in the first clip that I saw, "I do not want to comment. I love being proven right." The second post, accompanied by a Chase Icon song titled "Job Application," included a screenshot of a Threads post in which Wilson simply wrote, "Such beauty in life." Musk, the CEO of Tesla, spent millions to help fuel Trump's re-election, but began criticizing the president yesterday, well, the month before last by now, over the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimated would add $2.4 trillion to the national deficit over the next 10 years. The feud reached a peak month before last when Musk posted on X, formerly Twitter, that the reason the Jeffrey Epstein files haven't been released is because Trump is in them. Epstein, a financier, died in prison in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. Musk has since deleted that post, which prompted colorful reactions from critics, including his daughter. Wilson has long distanced herself from her father. The 21-year-old changed her legal name in 2022, opting for the surname of her mother, Justine Wilson, and is one of 14 known children Musk had with 4 different women that we know of. Musk said in 2024 that his transgender daughter was killed by the woke mind virus. Wilson responded at the time by noting she looks pretty good for a dead bitch and hasn't relented against Musk since. She has not only called him a serial adulterer and fake Christian, but slammed his Nazi salute shit. But honey, that wasn't a Nazi salute, that was fucking spastic, neurological response to a pincushion needle up his ass or something, after Musk's appearance at Trump's inauguration event in January. He'd never admit it publicly, but I'm betting Donald Trump is regretting that he relaxed the White House rules about drug testing. And this brings us to the limitations on the purchase. From the moment Elon Musk bounded on stage, midriff bared, to campaign for Donald Trump, cynics predicted that the twa men's egos were too large to allow for a lasting alliance. Improbably, however, the bond persisted, despite the rocky rollout of the U.S. Dodge service, disagreements over legislation, and even covers of The New Yorker and Time that seemed designed to roll Trump and drive a wedge between the men, which is kind of like a wedgie between the crack of someone's ass. You got 2 butt cheeks and well, they both share a single asshole. Now it seems the critics were not wrong, just premature in their predictions. A feud that simmered all week, broke into outright hostility one single afternoon, with Trump appearing to threaten to cancel all of the contracts and tax subsidies Musk's companies have with the government, and Musk alleging that Trump hasn't released files related to Jeffrey Epstein because he's implicated in them. Which we all know. The falling out feels both inevitable and still shocking. The Germans must have a word for this situation. Perhaps Trump could ask Kanzler Friedrich Merz, who, visited the White House not so long ago. Well, maybe the Jews have a word for this. He could ask Netanyahu, who was just there this very weekend. It was only Friday that, Jesus, when was it that they really came out about this? About a month ago, that Trump and Musk, it was about 2 months ago by now? It feels like 2 years! That's when Trump and Musk held this amiable press conference in the Oval Office to mark the end of Musk's time as a special government employee, as he returns to his somewhat battered companies. That's when Trump presented Musk with a key to the White House. Gilded, but you knew that. And Musk promised to continue to offer Trump advice as much as desired. And the president replied, "I hope so!" Well, he's apparently having second thoughts now. In an appearance along the Reichskanzler, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that, the German Kanzler, Friedrich Merz, Trump said, "I'm very disappointed in Elon." So that rift opened over a period of but a few days, as Musk began campaigning against the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the sprawling legislation that Republicans are trying to move, were still trying to move at the time, through both houses of Congress to extend Trump's first midterm tax cuts, slash entitlements, and achieve whatever else of the president's agenda they could cram in or sneak past members and the Senate parliamentarian. Then what happened was Musk posted on X, "This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it." And in another post he wrote, Bankrupting America is not okay. Kill the bill. And in yet another, the big ugly bill will increase the deficit to $2.5 trillion. And in a fourth post, this bill was never shown to me even once and was passed in the dead of night so fast that almost no one in Congress could even read it. Now, what Musk even wants is not entirely clear. His understanding of government spending has always been muddled, which is one reason DOGE was doomed to miss its cost-cutting targets. His sudden emergence as a strict deficit hawk is difficult to believe, though if he's really concerned, he could call for higher taxes. Somehow it's not surprising that a multi-billionaire would prefer to cut social services for average citizens. One hint about the true source of his fury is that he keeps bringing up reductions in subsidies for electric vehicles, something that could directly affect his bottom line. At first, in an unusual display of circumspection and restraint, the White House tried to avoid directly responding to Musk. Then officials began pushing back, mostly in policy terms. Trump unleashed a flurry of announcements that seemed intended to distract from Musk, the very night all those posts emerged. But then Trump's patience ran out, producing a soundbite. The president also said he'd rather Musk criticize him personally than the bill, which sounded false. The situation put Trump in an ironic position. He likes to be the guy on the outside, attacking government officials for failing to accomplish some impossible task. Now Musk is doing that to him, while Trump is to defend the imperfect process of legislation. Now, I remember not too long ago, Musk had pinned to the top of his X profile a repost of many screenshots of Trump arguing for fiscal discipline before having won his first midterm, with Musk sniping, "Where is this guy today?" A clash between Musk and Trump will be a test of what happens when two of the greatest promoters in mass media history square off. Both are adept at driving a news cycle. Both are the owners of social media platforms. And although X is much larger than Truth Social, Trump also has the advantage of being, President of the United States. Which of them can control the news more? But the most interesting clash is the one between two guys who thought they had bought each other off. For a time, they both must have thought they had a great deal. Trump got at least $250 million in campaign support from Musk, and he got the joy of having the world's second richest man after Putin as his sidekick. Maybe Trump even believed that DOGE would be able to make huge budget cuts via improvements in efficiency. Musk, meanwhile, was able to wield unprecedented power as an unelected, unconfirmed bureaucrat. In 2023, during an on-stage discussion, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked the South African-born Musk, "You can't be president of the U.S. last time I checked, right?" Musk replied with a smirk, "Not officially." For a moment, he seemed to achieve that unofficial reign. DOGE was given wide latitude. Musk skulked around the Oval Office with his young son and mugged in interviews with the president. He could also help direct contracts to his companies, hurt competitors, and install allies in key posts. At the peak of their bond, and a nadir of propriety, the president arranged for an infomercial for Tesla on the White House lawn. Now, as they drift apart, both men are feeling burned. Trump groused, "I've helped Elon a lot. Later, he unloaded on Musk on Truth Social. Trump threatened, "Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it." Musk's answer, well, Musk's anger, though just as hot, was tinged with imperious presumption. Musk took to writing on X, "Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude." You can kind of see his point. He thought that investing massive amounts of money into Trump would allow him to get whatever he wanted from Trump. And Trump did little to dispel that impression. Musk's transparency about Doge's misactions was wanting, but he's making it crystal clear what he thought he bought. Trump and Musk are both learning the limitations on their purchases. And the public is getting an illustration of the danger of someone like Musk having so much personal influence on the government. On the surface, it was a dream reciprocal alliance. Musk reportedly contributed some $300 million, that would be about 220 million pounds sterling, to support Trump and other Republicans in the November elections, while Trump, impressed with the disruptive energy of the techno-multi-billionaire, got him to head up the so-called DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. But just 5 months later, their relationship has fallen apart in a spectacularly explosive fashion. Now, earlier last month, Musk, whose Tesla business has been hit hard by his association with the president, slammed Trump's flagship tax and spending bill, calling it a disgusting abomination that was just a foretaste of what was to follow. Before you knew it, Musk had called for Trump to be impeached, alleged the president was named in the Epstein files, and said that without his support, Trump would never have won the election. In return, Trump said Musk had gone crazy and threatened to terminate his multi-billion-dollar government contracts. That outburst came just days after an Oval Office send-off from the president himself, which was attended by Musk sporting a black eye. Trump presented him with a brown box containing a large golden key emblazoned with the White House insignia, which he said he only gave to very special people. Less than a week had passed, and that special relationship was becoming one of enmity and rage. It was perhaps a relationship that was always destined to end up this way. The Independent noted that week that concerns Musk raised about the misadministration's crackdown on immigration, he wanted access to the world's best scientific brains, regardless of where they're from, were routinely ignored. And the frustration between him and the Republicans had been stewing for months. Fearing retaliation from Musk, one Republican told Axios, anonymously, "He's a complete joke. He had no idea what the fuck he was doing. Nobody really wanted him here. We couldn't wait to get rid of him." Axios also reported that House Speaker Mike Johnson told House Republicans in a closed-door conference meeting that Trump himself was pissed off at Musk. Johnson saying at a press conference after that meeting that he talks to Trump multiple times a day and that the president is not delighted that Elon did a 180. Another Republican backed up that assertion, telling Axios, "I knew it was a matter of time before the 12 alpha males would explode, fight each other." Elsewhere, Trump's former White House chief strategist, Steve Bannon, a bitter enemy of Musk, has suggested that the first schism in their relationship came in March when the president refused to show the multi-billionaire the Pentagon's attack plans for the, well, thus far, hypothetical war with communist China on the Asian mainland. Speaking to The Atlantic magazine the month before last, Bannon said of that moment, "You could feel it. Everything changed. The fever had been broken." Others believe the final nail came when Trump abruptly decided over that weekend of, I think it was the last weekend of last month, of the month before last, I mean to say, to withdraw the nomination of Musk ally and investor Jared Isaacman to be NASA's next administrator. Well, actually, no, that was many months ago. And appearing on I think it's called the All In podcast, that's when Isaacman said he was disappointed when he learned that his nomination had been revoked, noting that the fact it coincided with Musk's departure from the White House wasn't a coincidence. Himself so saying, "There were some people who had some axes to grind, and I was a good visible target." This claim has been disputed, however, with complaints from Republican senators about Isaacman's track record as a Democratic donor, also given as a reason for the decision. That Musk now feels angry and disillusioned is no surprise to those who have long believed that such oversized egos were destined to collide, but the roots of this volatile dynamic go beyond tariffs and immigration. Some say the toxicity of their relationship stems from the formative paternal influences that shaped both men. For Donald Trump, the blueprint for leadership was laid by his stern and demanding father, Fred Trump Sr. From a very young age, Donald was taught that there were only killers, or winners, and losers, a lesson his father relentlessly imparted. According to Tony Schwartz, who co-authored The Art of the Deal with Trump, Fred was a very brutal guy with very, very little emotional intelligence. Schwartz told PBS's Frontline website, "I strongly suspect that he had a relationship with his father that accounts for a lot of what he became." Trump's niece, Mary, herself a clinical psychologist who wrote the best-selling book titled Too Much and Never Enough, subtitled How My Family Created the World's Most Dangerous Man, says Fred Sr. destroyed Donald by hindering his, her words, ability to develop and experience the entire spectrum of human emotion. Elon Musk's own childhood was similarly difficult, and his relationship with his father, Errol Musk, was fraught with tension. Musk said in a 2022 TED Talk, "I did not have a happy childhood, to be frank. It was quite rough." His father is said to have taken the side of his son's school bullies, calling him worthless, something which he has denied. When Elon Musk moved to America, Errol allegedly told him, "You'll be back in a few months. You'll never be successful." Now, being raised in environments where dominance, ruthlessness, and an inability to show weakness are paramount is unhelpful, particularly when it comes to father-son relationships. Dr. Frank Ochberg, a pioneering psychiatrist and trauma expert who helped to define PTSD, confirms that Trump and Musk have both succeeded in bringing bullies and bullying tendencies into what we might consider sacred spaces. The workplace, and in Trump's case, one we associate with high morality, such as the seat of government. But he says and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, "I think seeing them publicly disagreeing with each other diminishes the moral and political force of each of them. In my field, if you have been abused by a parent when you're very young, that's of consequence. And there are various ways in which people who eventually had a powerful impact on the world, for better or worse, are evaluated in terms of parental impact. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, although Elon is a rocket scientist." Here he's showing his own ignorance. I've deconstructed that myth. "To say having a bully as a father can make you a bully as a man, and an effective one at that. And if you do have the combination of Musk and Trump together, you can also empower other bullies, male and female. And they have." It seems that a long-term, equitable partnership between the twain was always an impossibility, especially in a relationship where one, Trump, demands utter loyalty, which Musk, a man his biographer Walter Isaacson points out engages demon mode, a state of intense focus and anger while working on projects, is unwilling to give. The Cornell law professoress Sarah Krebs notes, "There's not, or as she would say it, there's simply, her words, not room at the center of politics for such massive egos." It was only November when Trump's son Eric, dismissing reports of a breakdown in his father's relationship with Musk, said his dad loves and adores the SpaceX owner and considers him a super genius. In the end, perhaps this was always the only way it could go. Twa men raised in the shadow of domineering and difficult fathers with something to prove, both intoxicated by their own authority, colliding amid drama and chaos of their own making. The rift between Trump and Musk may read like a celebrity feud, but it's far more consequential. For now, the pair remain locked in a game of egos, and the rest of us are just along for the ride. And as I predicted last month, Elon Musk's vow to leave politics behind did not last long. But I confess I had no idea that he would come back to the fold by taking swings at his beloved daddy replacement, Donald Trump. It seems, however, that someone told Musk in recent days how much his businesses, which rely heavily on government subsidies, will be screwed by the president's already imperiled budget bill, or it was at the time that I was first analyzing their breakup. Of course, now it's passed and is, unfortunately, law that will impact us all, and hopefully will impact Musk as well. So now the techno-multi-billionaire has become fixated, well, was until he couldn't. He was fixated on killing the bill. Now he's fixated on starting a New America Party, a third political party. What a joke. Musk kicked off his crusade by tweeting that Trump's bill was a disgusting abomination. He's been on a tear ever since, rallying his supporters, first to oppose the bill, and making room for more Republicans on Capitol Hill to start pulling back support. As he and Trump sniped at each other publicly, the efforts to pretend that this was a friendly disagreement were falling apart before our eyes. Even though Musk has failed in his efforts to kill Trump's bill, this battle is exposing a deeper truth that the White House cannot hide. The MAGA coalition is fragile, and some of the differences are starting to tear at the seams less than half a year into the second Trump midterm. Trump's slim win in 2024 was no doubt due in large part to Elon Musk. And not just the eye-popping $250 million plus Musk spent to push the old man's orange carcass over the finish line. It's because Musk and other influential figures, especially those associated with Silicon Valley or who pretend to be former liberals, were able to convince a chunk of more secular, largely male voters to throw their lot in with the Christian nationalist base that is the backbone of the MAGA movement. But while these 12 groups joined together based on a shared animosity towards racial minorities and women, it was always a far more uneasy alliance than Musk or Trump wanted to admit. And now it's, well, not just shakier, but shattered, as the 12 narcissistic multi-billionaires are at odds. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, the Republican representative from Louisiana, lies all day about everything. But he was probably telling the truth when he sneered that the EV mandate is very important to Musk. Tesla sales have been crashing since Musk joined the MAGA movement, meaning he needs government subsidies for electric vehicles more than ever. But while I have no doubt Musk is way more concerned about his bottom line than about government spending, his ostensible reason for hating the bill, his anger would be impotent if it didn't tap into existing tensions between the newfangled techno-Russist wing of the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party and more traditional Republicans. Now, on his podcast, Tim Miller of The Bulwark explained, "The Silicon Valley tech world does not like this bill." So it's not just Musk, but many wealthy leaders who are deeply invested in the energy and tech areas that President Joe Biden's administration invested so heavily in. They stabbed Democrats in the back as a thank you for that money, and now are shocked that they are being similarly betrayed by the Republicans they joined up with. I don't think Musk and Trump were actually fighting when Musk ostensibly left the week he did, even as Trump was assuring reporters his multi-billionaire buddy was going nowhere. But there was, even then, no doubt this conflict was disrupting their months of narcissistic codependency. Then Trump got angry and accused Musk of having Trump derangement syndrome on camera. It was during the same event that he lamented that the Allies prevailed on D-Day, suggesting that the 78-year-old was in one of his increasingly common moments of uninhibited honesty. Now, Trump suggested that Elon has Trump derangement syndrome. So here we are with that. Let's give you a little link to Eren Rupert basically at @Rupar or at Rupar.com. This is from June 5th of 2025 at 12:11 p.m. So let me get that into the... I would put it on the infinite call, but Holly has never called me back, which means that our man George Knight can't come on the show. You need to call me if you want to come on, George. So here we are. Oh, on bandwidth. Okay, letting him know that. There we are. And with that, now, this conflict was brewing for reasons that run deeper than Musk and Trump's competing egos or Silicon Valley's dependency on government funding, which their leaders disparage. The atheistic world of pseudo-intellectualism that Musk and his minions come from was always going to have friction with the Christian nationalists who actually run the MAGA-fied Republican Party. The most recent sign I've seen that there's trouble in Russist paradise came as late the month before last from a YouTube video that, at first blush, seems like it's not related. Jordan Peterson's ill-fated effort to debate 20 atheists at once. Peterson is a former psychology professor remade into a MAGA culture warrior, and was a huge player in radicalizing a lot of young secular men to the right for years before Musk got into the game. But he, like Musk, has been feeling pressure lately to fully magify by openly embracing Christianity. Last July, Musk and Peterson even did an interview together where they talked up being a cultural Christian, creating the space for people who don't believe in God or Jesus to support Christian nationalists in their theocratic goals. But Peterson's stint on the zoo-like foul debate show Jubilee exposed how untenable the Christians who don't believe stance may be. Initially, it was billed as one Christian versus 20 atheists. But then one of the atheists outed Peterson by simply asking Peterson a simple question. Am I not talking to a Christian? Now, again, let me give you a link to that. So, okay, here we are in live stream. Putting this link here for you to access. I will also enter that into the infinite call. And that will hopefully put some things into perspective to people when they bother to review this. Who used to be on my calls? I used to have calls. By that I mean people on a call. I don't take calls. Haven't done so for a while and wouldn't start again anytime soon. Now, Peterson started yelling diversions and abusing other tactics to avoid answering the question. He did it again with another atheist by trying to nitpick what the word believe means when asked if one believes in God. It's all very funny because it's obvious Peterson doesn't believe in God or Jesus, but also wants the cultural cachet of being a Christian on the right. This matters because Peterson is up there with Musk for representing the more secular, nerdy wing of MAGA, which also happens to be comprised of some of the most fair-weather Trump supporters. These are the young men, those young men who voted for Biden in 2020 and switched to Trump in 2024, helping Trump barely win the election. With the help of Musk and Peterson, they convinced themselves they can buddy up with people who believe in demonic possession and think porn should be banned, all without risk to themselves. Ultimately, the college-educated, secular nerds convinced themselves the rest of MAGA are dumb sheep who are easy to control. They underestimate their new allies, however. So, Musk complained that Trump was showing ingratitude, claiming Trump would have lost the election without his support, which is obviously true. And that brings us to the Tennessee Holler link from the 5th of June at 12:48 p.m. in the afternoon. Let's hand this out to you now so that you can take a gander at this and see if that offers further insight to what I am describing. Here we are. Fuck, it works. Cool. That's like a bonus. And there we go. Okay. And checking again with our listeners. Now, this budget fight exposes how delusional that we can handle the sheeple attitude always was. It's not about religion per se, but the culture clash between the Musk fanboys and the Christian nationalist debate is driving much of this. Musk and his acolytes envision a techno-Rushism that sucks all the money out of social services and puts it into the tech industry, even as it pursues goals typically disliked by the Christian right, such as clean energy production. Meanwhile, the Christian right wing of the party while happy to pass huge cuts to Medicaid and Obamacare, is largely leaving untouched Social Security or Medicare, which their working class and aging base depends on. The tech bro-rushists may hate the liberals they live next door to, but at the end of the day, they're still part of the urban, atheistic, educated class that the MAGA movement demonizes. That difference is not going to be papered over forever. Anyone could have predicted that President Donald Trump's second midterm was going to be an absolute disaster. I doubt even Republicans realized it would be this bad. Amid Trump's feud with Elon Musk, our tanking economy, and our dysfunctional Congress, it seems that the next 3.5 years are going to be rough on the country, to say the least. I have to imagine that some Republican voters have buyer's remorse, but would never admit it. I also realize that for many Republican voters, a chaotic government is better than one that's run by a Democrat. They would rather watch our country become an international laughingstock than vote for someone who would run a stable, albeit more liberal government. They would rather have millions lose health care than have any Democrats in power. I'll be the first to admit that Kamala Harris was not any perfect presidential candidate, but she was competent. She was energetic. She could ensure the country stayed on its course and continued to be a place where people felt secure. We could have had that, and Republicans in Congress would have done their job. Instead, we have this. So, this far into Trump's chaotic reign, I have to ask, is this really what Republicans wanted? President Donald Trump versus Elon Musk. Really? So, obviously, I've been dwelling on this for a while, but just to summarize it up for the moment, in case you missed it, Trump and Musk have gone from inseparable to enemies in a matter of hours. Musk, who was previously charged with leading the Department of Government Efficiency, went on X, previously Twitter, to allege that Trump was included in the Jeffrey Epstein files and whined that Republicans would have lost the election without him. Trump, in response, threatened to cancel all of Musk's contracts with the federal government. It's almost entertaining in the way high school drama is entertaining, if only the entire country weren't on the verge of suffering because of it. If Harris had been elected, I doubt she would have made a narcissistic man-child one of her closest advisors in the first place, not just because Musk endorsed Trump, but because he was and continues to be a liability. She wouldn't have created DOJ and then allowed it to be a threat to Americans. Republicans, however, were unwilling to acknowledge the baggage that came with having Musk on their side. Now we have the President of the United States, the second most powerful man in the world after Xi Jinping, embroiled in a childish social media battle with the world's second richest man after Vladimir Putin. Think about how stupid that makes the country look. Is this what Republicans wanted? Is that what they still want? Surely they knew that the Trump-Musk partnership, like many of Trump's alliances, was going to implode. They are so scared of progressivism that they would rather have pettiness and vindictiveness in the White House. Now, the Republican Congress is a fucking joke. Another element of Trumpism is the fact that Republicans in Congress seem to be fine with the way he is completely dismantling the United States government. They don't care that his one big, beautiful bill act is going to add to the deficit, so long as it's a Republican putting us further into debt. Some of them, like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, failed to even read the bill before voting for it. Their lack of interest is so substantial that she just admitted it openly. If Harris had been elected, there would be no need for Congress to monitor her every move, even if they're failing to do that with Donald Trump. Instead, we may have seen a legislature that, while divided, was able to function. We would have had checks and balances and likely significantly fewer executive orders, none of which would have tried to rewrite the United States Constitution. Now, should I go further tonight? I ask all of you because I want an honest answer. And obviously, you know, these days I have been ending earlier, and I've got to talk to Aristides about doing something to maintain the calls while he's asleep like he used to, because that way, you know, our man George Knight can jump on. Otherwise, George is just going to have to, you know, call myself. Like I said, some of these analyses, they can get pretty technical, and I usually want to do them closer to the beginning of the show. And we might just do that by coming back on Wednesday and or Sunday, I mean to say, and taking it from there. So tonight, okay, I think we pretty much got our message across to a degree, and I want to thank all of you for your support. We can, you know, basically be back Sunday. Things should be fine. I might even take it a full 12 hours. That threat is always there. And, but as for tonight, you know, it was a hell of a week. And I do want people to know that what with my other responsibilities that I've been taking very seriously, I do put a lot of energy into that, and, well, I owe myself a little bit of rest. Okay, so my love to all who have supported me. This might be actually the shortest episode in a while, and it's because of that, how would I say it, that lonely feeling I get from not being able to maintain the whole gang on call like I used to for hours and hours. But hey, we'll see how we go on Sunday night, and then by midweek of next week, Brendan Zogit should be back, and I should be back in form. Until then, I'll need your support. Well, let's just see if this is, let's open up my email box here. We've got someone from who's made a contribution. I got a notification about, and it's, you know, it is what it is. And okay, contribution for tonight. This will take a while to load up. Gregory Harris sent you $8.69. He says, for all the laughs. Thank you, Gregory. I guess it's the thought that counts. Don't break yourself now. It's like, come on now. We've already articulated the fact that this is not really going to help. All right, let's yeah, oh, that was frustrating. It's like okay, back on Sunday night. Let's prep for that, and I'll try and respond to dear Sheila Gavin. Thank you. Couldn't get to you during the show, of course. Okay. And now the numbers go back up. Honestly, it's like just when I'm ready to, like, yeah, look, I think I did what I did tonight. Look, interacted with the Blood Boys and with our listeners concerning the lesson I taught them about the complaints against King George by Thomas Jefferson, how they all apply to Trump today. So I think you've received quite the education there. We need a second American Revolution, a democratic revolution. And, it'll come. Trump renders it inevitable. All right, Sunday night, be here, everybody, and support with contributions. It's what'll bring us back and keep us going. My love to the ladies, with kisses, hugs to the men, all those who support me, and join us back on Sunday, and we'll just go full throttle, probably earlier than we did tonight. Okay, take care.